Dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all today for a daily meeting. This morning, the Bureau held its 10th meeting. The Bureau reviewed the progress of work, and I recalled that during its prolonged meeting yesterday, the committee inscribed 6 new properties on the World Heritage List and approved 1 extension. I take this opportunity to congratulate once again all the state parties concerned. A drafting group has also been established on draft decision 8B24. We will come back to it later during the session once an agreed text is ready for adoption. Again, I wish to highlight that this is an unprecedented situation which requires a serious, thorough, and forward-looking. I count on your efforts and wisdom in this regard. I also informed the Bureau members that today we will resume the examination of item 8B in the order in which they are indicated on the calendar, circulated yesterday and available on the World Heritage Center's website. This updated calendar takes into account the various time zones to the best extent possible. I take this opportunity to inform you that due to the very heavy agenda still ahead of us, I see no other option but having a session prolonged by 30 minutes today until 4 p.m. Paris time, as well as 1 hour prolongation tomorrow until 4:30 p.m. Paris time. I'm also pleased to understand that the consultations I called for among committee members regarding item 8, 11, and 12 are progressing in view of presenting a text for adoption on Friday. Many thanks for your diligence. Before concluding this summary of the Bureau meeting, I wish to remind you all that there will be another meeting of the Budget Working Group tonight from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. Paris time, under the able chairing of Ms. Zoya Kriskaya. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we now resume the examination of nominations. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination. Dhalavira, a Halopan city, India. The draft decision concerning this nomination can be found in document WHC/21/44.com/8b.add. Ecomosque, you have the floor.
This presentation is for the Ecomosque evaluation of Dhalavira, a Harappan city, India. Next slide. Strategically located on Kadia Island for harnessing water, for accessing raw materials for mass production, and for facilitating trade, the ancient city of Dhalavira was occupied between around 3000 to 1500 before Christian era, and acted as the southern center of Harappan civilization. While sharing the common features of typical Harappan cities, the nominated property also displays distinct characteristics, such as its advanced water management system, extensive use of stone for construction, preconceived city planning, multi-layered defense system, stratified social order, large-scale and high-quality bead manufacturing, unique burial traditions, and external trade with other civilizations. The comparative analysis demonstrates that Dhalavira is an outstanding example of city planning and prototype Bronze Age urban settlements. It contributes significantly to the overall understanding of the Harappan civilization, Criteria 3 and 4 have both been demonstrated, but criterion 2 has not been justified. Next slide. This nominated property comprises a fortified city and a cemetery to the west of the city. The city consists of a castle, a bailey, a ceremonial ground, a middle town, and a lower town. The entire city is fortified by a wall with bastions at regular intervals. All the attributes are within the property area. Rich artifacts have been obtained from the excavation campaigns, and the requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met. During the evaluation period, the buffer zone was extended to cover the entire west strip of Kadia Island. Next slide. The legal protection and management system of the property are adequate. They would be enhanced by the development of legal provision for the archaeological remains in the extended area of the buffer zone, as well as by guidelines for development and conservation needs. Next slide. This is a summary of the Ecomosque evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that Dolavira, a Harappan city, India, be inscribed on the World Heritage List on the basis of criterion 3 and 4, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as it is a property recommended for inscription, and notably to leave more time for those nominations which may require lengthy debate. If there's no objection, I'd like to kindly suggest that we go directly to examine the draft decision. Can we agree on such a proposal? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.35. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Ms. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.35 adopted. Let me congratulate India for the second time in this session on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. India, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. On behalf of the entire state of Gujarat and the people of India, I thank UNESCO and the World Heritage Committee. Now I will say this one sentence in the Gujarati and the Hindi language. Samagra Gujarat ane Bharat Deshni Janta Vati હું યુનેસ્કો અને વિશ્વ ધરોહર સમિતિનું આભાર માનું છું. मैं गुजरात और भारत के लोगों की ओर से यूनेस्को और विश्व धरोहर समिति को धन्यवाद देता हूं. I request the DG of the Archaeological Survey of India to kindly thank the chair and her colleagues.
Thank you, Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, India would like to thank the chair for the remarkable efforts in making this extended session possible in the midst of an ongoing pandemic. The inscription of Dolavira as a World Heritage Site is a matter of tremendous honor and pride for India. Dolavira is the first Indian site of the glorious Harappan civilization to be inscribed on the World Heritage List. We express a heartfelt gratitude to all the member states of the World Heritage Committee, the World Heritage Center, Ecomosque, and everyone associated on this happy occasion. India extends its warm welcome to all of you to visit Dolavira, to experience the magnificence of the sentinels in stone and brick, watching us down for over 50 centuries. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, congratulations. Now let's proceed. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination, Cultural Landscape of Harana/Uranata, Islamic Republic of Iran. Ecomosque, you have the floor.
This is a presentation of the Ikemost evaluation of the cultural landscape of Haraman-Uramanat, Islamic Republic of Iran. Next. The cultural landscape of Haraman-Uramanat provides exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition of the semi-nomadic agropastoral way of life of the Harami people, a Kurdish tribe that has inhabited the region since about 3000 BCE. This outstanding cultural tradition is manifested in the ancestral practices of transhumance, the mode of seasonal living in havars, steep slope terraced agriculture, soil and water management, traditional knowledge for planning and constructing steeply terraced villages, and a rich diversity of intangible heritage, all reflecting a harmonious coexistence with nature. The comparative analysis demonstrates the outstanding significance of the property in terms of continuity and complexity of the semi-nomadic agropastoral practices and settlements adapted to the rough mountain environment. The vertical seasonal migration practiced by Havrami people is considered an exceptional mode of transhumance, which can be dated back to the Neolithic and earlier. Ikemost considers that the nominated property meets proposed criteria 3 and 5, and the proposed criterion 4 has not been justified. Next. The property is composed of two component parts, the Central Eastern Valley and the Western Valley, integrated within a buffer zone. The main attributes being the steep slope tiered villages and their systems of terraced orchards, transhumance routes, and seasonal shelters. The conditions of integrity and authenticity of the whole series, as well as of individual component parts, have been met. Next. The management system and existing legal protection are considered to be robust and efficient for the long-term conservation of the property, which would need to be strengthened with mechanisms for managing change and with comprehensive study of the special interrelationships of all features of the property and its buffer zone. Plans and strategies are prepared and implemented through a collaborative and participatory approach. The conservation and monitoring mechanisms are well established and adequate to the needs of the property. Next. Here is a summary of the Ikemost evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value. Next. Ikemost recommends the cultural landscape of Havraman-Uramanat, Islamic Republic of Iran, to be inscribed on the World Heritage List as the cultural landscape on the basis of the criteria 3 and 5. Further recommendations are included in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as it is a property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection, I'd like to kindly suggest that we go directly to examine the draft decision. Can we agree on such a proposal? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your understanding and cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.36. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.36 adopted. Let me congratulate Islamic Republic of Iran for the second time in this session on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Iran, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, distinguished committee members, excellencies, dear colleagues. I wish to first of all take this opportunity to congratulate the chairperson for successfully holding this 44th session of this committee during challenging times. On behalf of the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Iranian nation, I wish to express my thanks to the committee for the inscription of the cultural landscape of Havraman Uramanat in the World Heritage List. Our thanks also go to Ecomosque and the World Heritage Center, which following the expert investigations prepared the report and the relevant documents for the committee's consideration. I also would like to take this opportunity to express my congratulations to the peoples of Iranian provinces of Kurdistan and Kermanshah, in which the site is situated, and extend my thanks to the dedicated work of national and local authorities responsible for this nomination. The inscription of this site will contribute to increasing the social visibility of UNESCO, the World Heritage Convention, and indeed the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once again, congratulations. Let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination, German Prehistoric Sites in Northern Japan. But before I give the floor to Ecomosque, Mr. Balsamo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, and this notification is to be found on page 95 of document in fate before. Thank you.
Thank you. Ecomosque, please, you have the floor.
Presentation of the Ecomosque evaluation of German prehistoric sites in northern Japan. On this evaluation, Ecomosque has received a letter of factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. Next slide. The German prehistoric sites comprises settlements and burial areas, ritual and ceremonial sites, stone circles, and earthworks that represent the pre-agricultural sedentary lifeways and complex spiritual culture of the German people of northern Japan. The hunter-fisher-gatherer culture developed from 13,000 BCE to 400 BCE and continuously adapted to changing climatic conditions and increasing social complexity without adopting an agrarian culture. The comparative analysis demonstrates the significance of this very early development of pre-agricultural sedentism that evolved from emergence to maturity in more than 10,000 years. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 3 and 5. Next slide. This serial nomination is made up of 17 archaeological sites located in very favorable environmental conditions of the Tsugaru Strait and settled in a variety of landforms, including hills, lowlands, near rivers or bays. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met. Nevertheless, recommendations have been included on the necessity to continue the work on removing or mitigating the impact of existing non-compliant elements at some of the sites. Next slide. The legal protection of the property is adequate and has proven to be effective as the suspension of construction work that would have damaged archaeological contexts has shown. Issues with land ownership are being addressed by the state party and will be resolved over the next 5 to 10 years. The management system provides a coherent overall structure as well as flexibility for local conditions. Furthermore, it joins different levels of government in the decision-making processes and effectively involves the local population. Next slide. Here is a summary of the Ecomosque evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that German prehistoric sites in northern Japan be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 5, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as what we do for the previous properties with recommendation for inscription, can we go directly to examine the draft decision? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your understanding and the cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.37. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.37 adopted. Let me congratulate Japan for the second time in the session on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Japan, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished members of the committee, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my deepest appreciation to the member states of the committee, Ecomosque, and the World Heritage Center for the inscription of Jomon prehistoric sites in northern Japan on the World Heritage List. This property is a precious testimony to prehistoric lifestyle, as well as an elaborate and complex spiritual culture. We reaffirm our determination to preserve this important cultural heritage together with our local partners involved. Please allow me to invite Mr. Mimura Shingo, Governor of the Aomori Prefecture, to make a statement on behalf of all the parties and people involved in the nomination process in Japan. Mr. Mimura, Governor Mimura, please take the floor.
I'm Mimura Shingo, the Governor of Aomori Prefecture. I'm truly pleased that Jomon prehistoric sites in northern Japan has been inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. On behalf of our partner local government and the people of this region, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you and to everyone who has supported us through the nomination process. These archaeological sites tell us the story of a peaceful, cooperative society where people lived in harmony with nature thousands of years ago. This way of life has universal value, providing insights for the realization of sustainable development goals today. We will do our utmost to protect this heritage, communicate its value to the world, and provide memorable experiences to visitors. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations once more.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination Rosia Montana, Mining Landscape, Romania. Ecomosque, you have the floor.
This presentation is for the Ecomosque evaluation of the Rosia Montana mining landscape, Romania. Next slide. Located in the Abuseni Mountains, the Rosia Montana mining landscape contains the most significant, extensive, and technically diverse underground Roman gold mining complex currently known in the world, with over 7 kilometers of ancient underground mine workings so far discovered that represent pioneering aspects of the technical history of mining. Dating from the Roman occupation of Dacia in the 2nd and 3rd centuries before present, the mines also reflect innovative techniques developed by skilled migrant Illyrian Dalmatian miners. While in the surrounding landscape, there are prolific Roman remains, including some 10,000 artifacts that provide an extraordinarily vivid picture of technical and cultural practices in this ancient frontier mining community. The comparative analysis justifies consideration of this property for the World Heritage List, and the nominated property demonstrates criteria 2, 3, and 4 as a fossilized mining landscape. Next slide. The nominated area is a single landscape that encloses all the key known Roman remains, both underground and on the surface. The current agropastoral use of the landscape appropriately protects these archaeological remains. The small buffer zone offers further protection for the periphery of the site. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have both been met, but both are highly vulnerable to any new mining activities. In 1971, open-cast mining by the State Mining Company destroyed a series of Roman-era open works. More recently, in 2004, over 250 mostly domestic properties were demolished in preparation for the resumption of open-cast mining by a joint venture between a commercial company and the State Mining Company. This proposed development involved 4 large open-cast mines, which, if implemented, would have destroyed most of the Roman remains on the property. The government effectively stopped the mining in 2014, following a sustained local campaign, with the result that the commercial company took the matter to the World Bank arbitrators, claiming $4.4 billion in compensation from the Romanian government. This arbitration process is still ongoing. The current situation is that the commercial company has a license until 2024, but currently has no valid permit to undertake the mining, although the possibility of a permit being achieved has not been ruled out. A further potential threat is new small-scale mining. Next slide. The legal protection in place is adequate, but the current lack of comprehensive zoning and planning regulations is a cause for concern, as these are needed to control all development, including mining permits. As the present state of conservation of the underground mining works is variable, and as some surface archaeological sites and features are also in poor condition, there is a need for a conservation plan to be developed that sets out a framework and action plan for conservation interventions right across the property. Next slide. Here is a summary of the Ecomosque evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. As it stands, integrity and authenticity are adequate, but are highly vulnerable to any resumption of active mining, and there is no certainty that mining will not be resumed. Adding to the uncertainty over large-scale open-cast mining, there are now 2 other areas of concern. First, the possibility of small-scale mining highlighted in the management plan, and secondly, the current lack of adequate planning regulations to constrain future mining activities. Ecomosque considers that these ongoing uncertainties can be considered as ascertained threats to the property in accordance with paragraph 179 of the operational guidelines, and that the property is faced with specific and proven imminent danger, which could lead to significant loss of historical authenticity and of cultural significance if these potential threats were to become realities. Next slide. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that Roșia Montană mining landscape, Romania, be inscribed in the World Heritage List as a cultural landscape on the basis of criteria 2, 3, and 4, and at the same time that the property be inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. Ecomosque further recommends that a reactive monitoring mission be invited to the property to establish a desired state of conservation and a program of corrective measures to remove the property from the list of World Heritage in danger. It also recommends that the state party give urgent consideration to halting approval of mining permits at the property and developing as soon as possible planning controls that further prevent mining at the property, and to submit these in draft to the World Heritage Centre for review by Ecomosque. Ecomosque has also included a number of additional recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Finally, Ecomosque considers that inscription of this property in the World Heritage List in danger should be seen as an opportunity to gain the attention and support of the international community for its protection and conservation. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see now. I now invite you to adopt draft decision 44-8B.26. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments to the draft decision proposed. Rapporteur.
We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see now. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.26 adopted. Let me congratulate Romania on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Romania, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
I'm pleased to represent Romania at this 44th session of the World Heritage Committee, exactly on the day of the 65th anniversary of Romania's membership in UNESCO. I'd like to express our gratitude to the committee, to Ecomosque and their evaluation team, and to the international community at large, which has strived for the preservation of this site for 2 decades. Also to the numerous experts who worked tirelessly on the nomination file and in the field. Those from Romania and those from abroad, we thank you. Today's inscription of Roșia Montană mining landscape on the World Heritage List represents an opportunity for Romania and a challenge as well. The property, placed at the heart of the Romanian culture, represents a shared European legacy and now of the world. We welcome a reactive monitoring mission to the property, together with the necessary international cooperation and support for the benefit of the protection and the conservation of the site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Rossela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to Romania. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands the decision. It's an inscription on the World Heritage List and on the list of World Heritage in danger. And in this regard, we had some issues in fully following your statement due to some technical interference. So we would very much appreciate receiving your statement at the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination Assault, the Place of Tolerance and Urban Hospitality, Jordan. The draft decision concerning this nomination can be found in document WHC/21/44.com/8B.add. But before I give the floor to Ecomosque, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation for this nomination, and this is to be found on page 96 of document in faith before. Thank you.
Thank you. Ecomosque, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the Ecomosque evaluation of Assault, the Place of Tolerance and Urban Hospitality, Jordan. On this evaluation, Ecomosque has received a letter of factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. Next slide, please. A substantially different rationale for the nomination of Assault to the World Heritage List has been developed by the State Party since previous examinations by the World Heritage Committee in 1995 and 2017. In the mid-19th century, the Assault region grew in wealth and prominence due to late Ottoman reforms and the influx of prosperous merchants from Nablus, Syria, and Lebanon. Skilled trades and craftspeople transformed the city, creating a distinctive urban morphology and social traditions. The comparative analysis demonstrates the historical and geocultural significance of the city, illustrating the influences of the Ottoman reforms on modernization and the emerging regional identities. Based on the tangible and intangible attributes documented by the state party, the nominated property demonstrates criteria 2 and 3. Next slide, please. The property includes the historic urban core of the city, surrounded by a buffer zone. Included are more than 650 significant historic buildings, the setting, and a distinctive urban morphology that features an intricate network of public stairways, alleys, squares, and streets. This urban form demonstrates the transformation of the city and is associated with local cultural traits, systems of social support, and a lack of segregation between Muslims and Christians. The requirements of authenticity and integrity have been met, despite some intrusive contemporary developments. The integrity remains vulnerable to the pressures of new development and losses of intangible cultural practices and traditions. Next slide, please. Baseline documentation of the attributes of the property has commenced and is an important priority for continued work. The legal protection is appropriate and is implemented through the City Core Special Regulations. The management system is adequate and the long-term commitment to conservation by the Asphalt Greater Municipality is evident. Further recommendations aim to further strengthen the management system through condition assessment, heritage impact assessment, maintenance, guidance to private owners, and strategies for the continuing cultural practices. Next slide, please. Here is a summary of the Ecomosque evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide, please. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that Asphalt, the place of tolerance and urban hospitality, Jordan, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 3, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as what we do for the previous properties with recommendation for inscription, can we go directly to examine the draft decision? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.34. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.34 adopted. Let me congratulate Jordan on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Jordan, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Madam Secretary. As this is the first time for us to take the floor, we would like to thank China for organizing this 44th session. Today is a very special day for the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to take this opportunity to thank the World Heritage Committee and the staff of the World Heritage Center, as well as the advisory body. Jordan is delighted and proud today to have a salt the place of tolerance and urban hospitality inscribed on the World Heritage List and have its outstanding universal values presented to the whole international community. In this regard, I would like to reiterate that the city of Salt is amongst the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan's top priority, given its importance in demonstrating characteristics of tolerance and joint habitation between Muslim and Christian communities, urban hospitality, and urban social welfare. All these attributes are conserved and managed according to international standard, a physical manifestation of the value of tolerance and joint habitation between Muslim and Christians. Additionally, the outstanding architecture of Salt demonstrates cultural exchange and technical know-how that resulted in a unique mix of vernacular, regional, and higher class architectural style. As you know, we have described Salt in 95, then later in 2017 and in 2021, which indicates Jordan's commitment and adherence to the protection and sustainability of the OUVs. Today, we are committed as the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan in preserving and presenting this Salt as a case not only for Jordan, but to the whole world. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can thank the community that has supported us throughout the process. I once again thank you all on behalf of the Hashemite Kingdom and the people of Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, congratulations. Now let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination, Sudanese-style mosques in northern Cote d'Ivoire. But before I give the floor to Ecomosque, Mr. Balsamo, please, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons reçu une notification d'erreur factuelle concernant l'évaluation de ces dossiers et ceci est à la page 65 du document INF 8B4. Merci.
Merci. Ecomosque, you have the floor.
This presentation is for the Ecomosque evaluation of Sudanese-style mosques in northern Cote d'Ivoire. On this evaluation, Ecomosque has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some clarifications. Next slide. 8 small mosques, characterized by earthen construction, protruding timbers, vertical buttresses, and tapering minarets, reflect a distinct architectural style that originated in the Empire of Mali around the 14th century and spread south into the Sudanese savannah from the 16th to 17th century, along with traders and Islamic scholars. The mosques became religious centers, as well as a focus for trade and cultural exchange, particularly between the cities of the River Niger Delta to the north and the forest areas to the south. And they have survived through persistent maintenance by local communities. Although this highly distinctive architectural style is also found in mosques within the neighboring countries of Burkina Faso, Ghana, and southern Mali, Ecomosque considers, on balance, that the comparative analysis currently provided does allow consideration of the serial property as it stands for the World Heritage List. Next slide. The boundaries of component sites have been drawn tightly to encompass only the main buildings and original courtyards of the mosques. As the surroundings of the mosques are places where activities related to the cultural significance of the mosques and their functions were and are still practiced today, these should be recognized and included in the boundaries. The buffer zones are slightly wider rectangular areas, but their boundaries do not encompass the nearby urban grain. Given the urban pressures that are already impacting on these mosques, together with pressures to accommodate new mosques linked to different schools of Islam, the current boundaries cannot be said to be sufficient to protect the settings of the mosques or to allow them to continue to be perceived as dominant in their surroundings. The fabric of the mosques is highly vulnerable due to lack of regular maintenance, the introduction of new materials, and the weakening of traditional techniques. Only a few of the mosques now have adequate conservation, and 4 are in urgent need of recent work being reversed as a result of the use of unsuitable materials. There are considerable challenges to be met in reviving and relearning traditional practices. Next slide. Although the 8 mosques have been included on the inventory of national cultural heritage, it is clear that this protection only extends to the buildings themselves. Currently, other laws and town plans do not offer adequate constraints to stop inappropriate encroachments in the immediate vicinity of the mosques. The 2020-2025 management plan does not show how the systems and methods of centuries-old conservation held and practiced by local communities who have ensured the conservation of mosques from generation to generation will be sustained. Nor is it clear how the plan will relate to the town plans, which currently promote development, or whether the latter will be redrafted. The conservation of the mosques is thus highly vulnerable to both the fragility of traditional practices and the lack of protection and regulation for their surroundings. Conservation plans for each mosque are needed to define precisely how their conservation will be addressed and implemented. Next slide. In summary, Ecomosque considers that the 8 mosques are extraordinary survivals and have the potential to justify outstanding universal value and satisfy criteria 2 and 4, once various measures have been taken to remove threats to integrity and authenticity, once the boundaries have been adjusted, and once protection, conservation, and management systems have been strengthened. While the intentions expressed in the supplementary information to support capacity building for masons, to form them into professional associations, and to collaborate with other countries on training in earthen architectural techniques are all to be welcomed, these need to be translated into a clear, robust operational system. And in the meantime, urgent measures are also needed to reverse recent damaging interventions. Equally urgent is the need for measures to protect the setting of the mosques that constrain inappropriate development. Next slide. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that the Sudanese-style mosques in northern Cote d'Ivoire be deferred in order to allow the state party to enlarge the boundaries for each component site and their buffer zones, to strengthen the protection for buffer zones through amending local plans and relevant local regulations, to complete conservation plans for each mosque, to define an overall conservation approach for the whole series that includes proposals for major projects, and to design projects to reverse recent inappropriate interventions. Ecomosque has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property and the revision of the nomination. Ecomosque considers that such a revised nomination would need to be considered by an expert mission to the site. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Now I give the floor to Dr. Rosalind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There was a question from Paris whether there is an issue with raising the hands. So could somebody just raise the hand to just to check whether it works? Ah, okay, I see it works. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We just got worried.
Okay, that's fine. Dear colleagues, I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Yeah. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are thankful to the government of Cote d'Ivoire presenting this case, and we do not concur with the conclusions of Ecomosque. We are of the view that this site should be inscribed immediately at our current session because it meets criteria for inscription, criteria 2 and criteria 4. We believe that the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire has brought all the necessary clarifications and taken the necessary legal measures to address the concerns of Ecomosque. whether it is regarding the boundary issue, buffer zone issue, the management system, as well as threats to integrity and authenticity. Therefore, in view of these measures that have been adequately addressed by the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, we are for the amendments that have been presented to inscribe this site immediately at our current session. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like at the outset to commend Cote d'Ivoire for the nomination of the Sudanese-style mosques and the assessment of Ecomosque. As the co-author of the amendments presented to the draft decision, each believed that it would be of utmost importance for the committee to inscribe the site on the World Heritage List. Mr. Chairman, the buffer zones of the site offer protection against inappropriate development. National laws of decrees of the Cote d'Ivoire classifies the Sudanese-style serial mosques on the National Cultural Heritage List and thus reinforce the protection of the property and its environment. A plan of preservation of the Sudanese-style mosque is currently being developed. This plan defines the architectural components and the perimeter of protection of the property in series within a range of 300 meters around the lots and blocks. Mr. Chairman, we believe that this property fits all the criteria, and we think that it will be of utmost importance for the committee to inscribe the site on the World Heritage List during this session. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oman recognizes the importance of the nomination of Sudanese-style mosque of Northern Cote d'Ivoire, consisting of 8 mosques showing unique Sudanese architectural style, which are considered as important testimonies to the trans-Saharan trade that over time facilitated the expansion of Islamic and its culture to the savanna of region Western Africa. According to Ecomosque evaluation, this nominated property has the potential to justify outstanding universal value under criteria 2 and 4, and that the identification of its potential attributes is comprehensive and the current state of conservation is satisfactory. Oman therefore acknowledges considerable effort being made by the state party in the preparation of this nomination. Oman also notes and welcomes the update information and clarification provided by the state party in response to the concern raised by advisory body. In its addition document, the state party also has clarified issues related to the delimitation and protection, buffer zones protection, the mosque and their urban context, the management system and conservation. Taking this commitment and effort from the state party into account, Oman recommends that the nomination of Sudanese-style mosque in the Northern Cote d'Ivoire to be inscribed in this session at the World Heritage List, and request that the state party to follow with the World Heritage Center and the advisory body for the remaining of the recommendation. Therefore, also, we want to be co-author for this drafted decision. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. China, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Chinese delegation thanks the state party for nominating the property to the World Heritage List. We also thank Ecommerce and the World Heritage Center for their reports. The nomination of 8 Sudanese-style mosques represents a distinct architectural style that was introduced into the Empire of Mali in the 14th century and developed in regions to the south. They are important material witnesses to the introduction of trans-Saharan trade that facilitated the expansion of Islam and Islamic culture to the Savannah region. Ecomosque reports recognize that the nominated property can demonstrate criteria 2, which is exhibit an important interchange of human values, and criteria 4, which is be an outstanding example of a type of building architectural ensemble of landscape, which illustrates significant stages in human history. Though Ecomosque believes that they have the potential to better demonstrate more of those criteria. Ecomosque report is also concerned about the adequacy of the boundaries and management plan. After evaluating the reports and additional information provided by the state party, my delegation expresses our high commendation. We highly commend the state party for its efforts in preserving the sites, including the training of traditional masons, the decrees to provide for buffer zone and establishment of the management system and the financing of the nominated property. These measures clearly reflect the state party's long-term view in its commitment to sustainable conservation of the property. We are satisfied that the state party will further enhance its capacity in preserving this site. Mr. Chair, Africa is underrepresented on the World Heritage List, accounting for only 12% of all inscribed sites worldwide. It is therefore more urgent than ever that the irreplaceable heritage of the continent be protected and preserved for the future generations. Therefore, my delegation supports the amendment put forward by Mali. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And now I give the floor to Dr. Rossler.
Sorry to interrupt the debate. Just to let you know, there has been issues with the webpage of the World Heritage Center. So if you are watching the session, you can do it via the YouTube, please. And I think my colleagues have included that on the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, as you have realized that we have a very heavy agenda today, there are still quite a number of committee members on my speakers list. I'd like to kindly ask you to be very brief to speak out your position if it is only to fully support or second the proposal made by the previous colleagues. I thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Spain, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Trataré de ser breve para regalarle a usted algo de tiempo para que lo pueda usar mejor. Me sumo a las declaraciones que han hecho muchos de mis colegas, especialmente al ilustre embajador de Etiopía y la declaración que acaba de hacer China en este momento, en lo que se refiere a, estamos hablando de Costa de Marfil, pero estamos hablando de África y estamos todo el tiempo diciendo que África está infrarrepresentada y no tenemos en cuenta a veces la asimetría de esfuerzos que tienen que hacer los países de África para lograr presentar un expediente como los que presentamos otros países con más capacidad técnica o económica. Por tanto, no solo por eso, sino por la singularidad de estas 8 mezquitas que representan 8 formas distintas de percibir la belleza y de expresarla en lo que a arquitectura se refiere. El ardor de Con, que han hecho unas estructuras internas de protección para que el incremento de fieles se pueda seguir manteniendo, y el compromiso que no podemos dejar pasar por alto de los usuarios, de la comunidad usuaria. Estamos hablando de un patrimonio que se utiliza junto con los compromisos de la Administración Pública de Costa de Marfil, nos llevan a darle un voto de confianza a ese Estado y plantear la inscripción de esta candidatura. Insisto, es Costa de Marfil, es África, es un esfuerzo y una lista de compromisos para unos bienes que no tienen ninguna duda de que ofrecen el cumplimiento del compromiso 2 y el 4 y distintas y hermosas formas de representar la belleza arquitectónica. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. Norway has written the document carefully, and we are impressed by the property and its architecture, role, and functions. We acknowledge that the nomination in front of us has great potential. However, and from our perspective, we find it still to be in the making, as the integrity and authenticity have not been fully met due to the vulnerabilities of the attributes. Once again, we would like to refer to our initial statement on 8B, and once again, we would like to underline that moving from deferral to inscription is not in compliance with the convention nor the operational guidelines. Norway would therefore like to see the nomination be deferred back to the state party. That being said, and taking into consideration that there are an amendment presented by Mali and co-authored by more than 15 other committee members, Norway will not go against consensus. Finally, and when going through the draft amendment, Norway has proposed that paragraph 2 from the original draft decision be put back. The letter has already been communicated to the rapporteur. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. We thank the Ecomosque for their analysis and assessment. We also would like to highlight that the maps attached to the nomination file dossier show 2 protection zones. The first is the core zone, and the second is the buffer zone. The delimitations are made so that the buffer zones encompass the lot or block and the surrounding urban areas. This provision is reinforced by the following 2 decrees. Decree number 22-121 of January 29, 2020 on the classification of mosques, and its Article 5, which states that in order to preserve their integrity and their insertion into their natural and historical environment, it is defined as a protective parameter for each classified mosque. This parameter includes the lot or block on which each mosque is built and all other associated constructions. The other and the second decree, number 88-413 of April 20, 1988, on the classification of sites and monuments of the historic city of Kong, protects the small mosque, the tomb of Mosques, and the entire area around the Great Mosque, including, in addition to the said mosque, the old hut, the old market, the Daba, and the hut of Binger, the small mosque, as well as the tombs of Imams. Article 2 and 3 of the said decree stipulate that the monuments mentioned in Article 1 of this decree, as well as their immediate surroundings, form a whole known as the classified and protected area of Kong to be preserved intact. Mr. Chair, the boundaries of the mosques sites, as defined by the classification decree mentioned above, consider all elements related to Sudanese style mosques. These buffer zones are well adapted and cover 8 mosques that span over more than 13,000 square meters. With that said, Mr. Chair, we support the amendment to inscribe the site in this committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Australia thanks Cote d'Ivoire for bringing forward this nomination, and we thank Ecomosque for their evaluation. And as previous speakers have already noted, the property will make a highly significant contribution to the representation of African properties and earthen architecture on the World Heritage List. The architecture is exceptional and ingenious, and as are the traditional skills and the knowledge that create and conserve these mosques. And we understand that the mosques are highly valued by local communities. In their evaluation, Ecomosque identified several conservation and management issues. The additional information provided by the state party indicates that they have responded to some of the recommendations of Ecomosque, with the establishment of a legal management structure for the entire series, the allocation of funds for conservation and in capacity building and traditional skills, and we applaud these moves. Chair, having examined the maps and notwithstanding the previous intervention by our esteemed colleagues from Saudi Arabia, we have examined the maps and we do have concerns and do share some concerns with Ecomosque that the boundary of the component of the actual nominated area is very tightly drawn. And we acknowledge that there is currently little development pressure and that there is legal protection over the buffer zones, as we've just heard. But we still encourage the state party to consider minor boundary modifications to expand the actual boundaries of the inscribed property around each of the components and ensure that the mosques and their settings have the highest level of protection. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Brazil, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we welcome the nomination of this remarkable cultural site by Cote d'Ivoire. The addition of this 14th century Sudanese style earthen mosque, blending African and Arab architectural techniques and beliefs, will certainly enrich our list and contribute to augmenting the indispensable presence of Africa in it. The advisory board recognizes the strength of these nominations under criterions 2 and 4. Ecomosque, however, raised concerns about the technical requisite of integrity and authenticity, which it does not consider, quote unquote, fully met. About the limitation of the boundaries of the site, which seems not to, quote unquote, fully encompasses the future of the mosque, and about conservation, which is, quote unquote, just about satisfactory. We understand from this, it is analyzed that even if technical requirements are not optimal, here are not sufficient reasons to justify postponement on the inscription of the sites on the basis of a supposed gap between what is considered quote unquote satisfactory and quote unquote fully satisfactory. The only issue, Mr. President, that would seem to represent a certain challenge regards the management arrangement that Ecomosque believe should be operational and strengthened with a clear timeline from the road ahead. In this regard, Mr. President, I will request your allowed us to ask the state party for clarification of this point. Is the management system operational and expanded with a clear timeline for achieving stable conservation conditions? Mr. President, Brazil supports very much the inscription of these sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. I will give the floor to the state party after the committee members taking the floor. Now, Mali, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier le secrétariat et les organes consultatifs pour les efforts consentis dans le cadre de leur évaluation. Les mosquées de style soudanais situées dans la moitié nord ivoirien se caractérisent non seulement par leur architecture de style soudanais, mais aussi par le fait qu'ils sont les témoins matériels d'échanges dans l'espace culturel mandé et sénéfou. En outre, implantées dans un pays qui fut d'abord animiste puis chrétien, elles représentent une expression pertinente de la diversité culturelle, du dialogue interconfessionnel et de la coexistence pacifique entre les peuples. Aussi, le bien a été proposé à l'inscription selon les critères 2 et 4, avec les conditions d'authenticité et d'intégrité reposant sur la préservation des formes primitives de construction par l'utilisation des matériaux de construction locaux et d'un savoir-faire ancestral, des tests juridiques nationaux et internationaux incitatifs à la sauvegarde de la VUE, l'homogénéité de l'environnement structuré autour d'événements socio-culturels, l'implication des communautés locales dans la gestion des édifices. Le dossier d'inscription a été soumis à l'expertise de l'Ecomosque, qui a fait ressortir que la série de mosquées proposées pour l'inscription a le potentiel pour justifier une valeur universelle exceptionnelle et que le bien proposé pour l'inscription a le potentiel pour répondre aux critères 2 et 4. Cependant, il a été émis certaines recommandations et préoccupations. En outre, aux 3 premières préoccupations de l'Ecomosque, le cas partie de Côte d'Ivoire a énuméré une suite de tests juridiques mis en vigueur entre 1988 et 2020 qui règlent toutes les questions liées à la problématique de la délimitation et aux zones tampons. Les préoccupations relatives aux délimitations et à la protection émises par l'Ecomosque dans son rapport d'évaluation trouvent leur réponse dans les textes réglementaires, notamment le décret 2020-121 du 29 janvier 2020 portant classement des mosquées, le décret 88-413 du 20 avril 1988 portant classement des sites et monuments de la file historique de Caen, la loi 87-806 du 28 juillet 1987 portant protection du patrimoine culturel national. Concernant les points 4 et 5, un organe de gestion dénommé Secrétariat exécutif de gestion des mosquées de style soudanais du Nord ivoirien a été créé par l'arrêté 03-MCIAS/CAB du 26 juin 2021. Ce secrétariat est doté d'un budget de fonctionnement pour la mise en œuvre du plan d'action du système de gestion. Une dotation de 100 millions de francs CFA sera mise à sa disposition pour l'exercice de 2022. Nous pensons que le bien mérite d'être inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en raison des efforts de l'État partie pour corriger les efforts factuels et adopter les mesures correctives éditées par l'Ecomosque et le Centre du patrimoine mondial, de l'importance capitale de cette inscription pour la cohésion sociale en République de Côte d'Ivoire et pour la pérennisation d'une culture de la paix et de la tolérance dans l'espace subsaharien. En effet, le projet d'inscription de ces mosquées est soutenu et suivi de près par toutes les communautaires et fédère absolument l'intelligentsia et les leaders d'opinion. De surcroît, l'architecture de terre subsiste dans ces zones grâce à des mosquées construites en terre, étant des lieux de culte. Les formes utilisées sont les exemples souvent repris dans les constructions privées. Et ce qui précède le Mali sollicite le soutien des membres du comité pour l'inscription du dit bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial afin d'encourager l'État partie à le sauvegarder. Les mosquées des îles soudanais du nord ivoirien constituent les derniers témoins encore existants du style soudanais, fédérateur de l'espace ouest africain, autour desquels se fonde la paix et la cohésion sociale. Enfin, je voudrais prier Monsieur le Président de bien vouloir donner la parole à l'État partie de la Côte d'Ivoire et l'inviter à donner quelques précisions supplémentaires par rapport à ces amendements et surtout à nous éclairer davantage sur les dispositions juridiques et réglementaires qui règlent les préoccupations relatives aux délimitations et à la protection des mosquées du Sud-Soudanais du Nord ivoirien. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you for your comment. Just now I mentioned, I will give the floor to the state party after the committee members. Now, Uganda, please. Uganda, please.
Chair.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Uganda supports the amendment. Uganda supports the amendments proposed by Mali. Despite the old and low levels of technology with which these cognate species of heritage were built, they register excellent and rare Sudanese-style architectural semiotics of design, impressive construction traditions, ornamentation, artistry, imagination, monumentalism, and innovativeness of their crafters. Furthermore, Mr. Chairman, these attributes are vividly highlighted in the statement of outstanding universal value, which profusely and productively ushers in the amendment. Unlike the absentee sustainable conservation management practices allegedly implied in paragraph 2A to H of the sweeping draft decision, the amendment evidentially demonstrates the timeless and compact living traditions of this conservation management regime, which this set of cultural heritage property continues to enjoy. Hence, Mr. Chairman, it suffices for my delegation to sum up her plea that there are ongoing indigenous transgenerational conservation management practicums in sufficient magnitude which pervade the Sudanese-style mosques in northern Cote d'Ivoire in situ in the proposed amendment under criteria 2 and 4. In conclusion, therefore, Mr. Chairman, my delegation recommends inscription of the site on the World Heritage List. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please.
Mr. Chairperson, my delegation shares the views expressed by fellow committee members in supporting the inscription of the Sudanese-style mosque in the north of Cote d'Ivoire on the World Heritage List. The advisory body considers that the nominated series of 8 mosques has the potential to justify the OUV with necessary actions. We appreciate the state party's commitments to carry out important projects recommended by the advisory body and incorporate necessary measures related to the management and conservation of the mosque in the government work plan 2021. We further welcome the state party's efforts to put in place related regulations and legislation to enhance the protection of the property on issues related to delimitations, buffer zones, as well as the consideration of the surrounding spaces traditionally associated with the mosque and all elements related to them. In this respect, Thailand is co-sponsoring and supports and would like to support the amendment introduced by Mali. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving us the floor. South Africa supports the inscription of the Sudanese-style mosques on the World Heritage List. As clearly articulated by the state party in the nomination file, the sites are sufficiently protected by a sound legal and regulatory framework, guaranteeing not only the integrity of its boundaries, but also regulating its management. These Sudanese-style mosques are protected by the National Heritage Law and are thus inscribed in the country's National Cultural Heritage List. No public or private work may be undertaken on these mosques without prior authorization from the Minister of Culture, and such approval may only be granted if the planned renovation will enhance and safeguard the property. Further, any construction to be undertaken must comply with the urban and town special planning regulations. They are also classified by law as part of the historical sites and monuments of the city of Kong, which protects all the core attributes of the site, such as the small mosque, the tomb of Moskowitz and its surrounding, the old hut, the old market, as well as the tombs of imams. Mr. Chairperson, the Sudanese-style mosques of the Northern Cote d'Ivoire has been operationalized through a three-tier management system comprising the executive secretariat, the regional rectorate in charge of culture, and the local basic management committee composed of trained and qualified traditional masons, members of the holding families, and members of the Muslim community. The management system is formalized by an interministerial decree that specifies the role of each entity of the management system and highlights the core management of the property by the state through its structures and the local communities. South Africa believes that the nominated 8 mosques meet the outstanding universal value requirement. The comparative analysis is satisfactory and the nominated property meets criteria 2 and 4. We therefore support the amendment of Trust Decision 44.B.33 as submitted by Mali. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Russia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, our delegation considers as a matter of principle to increase the presence of African properties among the sites of World Heritage. We believe that the Sudanese-style mosques of Northern Cote d'Ivoire is precisely one of such cases which deserve encouragement and support. We take note with satisfaction that Ecomosque carried out the technical assessment mission to the property in August-September 2020, and as a result recognized the nominated mosque have the potential to justify outstanding universal value. We also commend the state party for addressing the concerns of Ecomosque about the delimitation and protection of the property. Several regulatory legal instruments were adopted for these purposes. Measures were also taken to ensure the conservation of the property. The management system is being put in place. Important financement is previewed in the action plan for 2020-2025. We will be thankful to the representatives of the state party for additional information on this subject. As a conclusion, we support the amendments presented by Mali and approve the inscription of the 8 Sudanese-style mosques on the list of World Heritage according to the criteria 2 and 4. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Chair. What Nigeria wants to align with previous committee speakers about committee members, and Nigeria wants to highlight a little bit in details
on these issues of management system that was raised by Ecommerce. The management system actually is made up of of 3 levels. There is the Executive Secretariat for the management of the Sudanese style mosque of Northern Cote d'Ivoire, created by Order number 3/MCIS/CAB of 26 June 2021 on the organization and functioning of the Executive Secretariat for the management of Sudanese style mosques of Northern Cote d'Ivoire. This secretariat has an operational budget, as was mentioned earlier, for the implementation of the management system action plan, which is an allocation of about 100 million CFA francs, which was left over from the project to safeguard the mosque. And that will be made available to the Mosque Management Secretariat for the year 2022. Then there is the Regional Directorate in charge of culture, for which also the relevant decree number 57 of June 2012 sets the general framework relating to their attribution, organization, and functioning throughout the territory. The regional directorates work in collaboration with those of construction and tourism. They participate in the 4 quarterly meetings of the local-based committees. They integrate the mosques in their policy of valorization of the local cultural heritage. Then there is also the local basic management committees, formalized also by Order number 005 of 20th January 2020, concerning their attribution, organization, and functioning. These committees are composed of traditional masons, members of founding families, and members of Muslim communities. These committees ensure the perennisation of the traditional conservation system. The traditional system for regular conservation and maintenance of mosques based on families remains fully in place. In Kong, we have the Konate and Barrow families. In Tagrela, the Sise family. In Sorombango and Korara, the Otara families. In Somatiguala, the Deabe, Sabene, Samasi, Somadhoro, Kamara, and Bate families. In Nambira, we have the Tuare families, and in Cote, the Fafona family. So these families are supported by management committees composed of members of Muslim communities and traditional masons. Therefore, Mr. Chair, Nigeria supports the draft amendment to inscribe the Sudanese-style mosque in this session. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Kyrgyzstan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. We commend the State Party for this nomination, and we support the amendment proposed by Mali and other delegations. And also we think that we can add recommendations on boundaries and management, as it was proposed by Norway delegation and some other delegations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Bahrain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The cultural, religious, and architectural significance of the site merits recognition. As stated by previous committee members, an inscription confirms the will of this committee to work towards a more balanced World Heritage list in a continent which is highly underrepresented on the list. We also take into account the recommendations made by Ecomosque, and we would like to see them reflected in the decision in order to provide better protection, conservation, and management of this important site. This will coincide with the original paragraph 2 of the original draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Nous soutenons l'amendement du Mali pour l'inscription de ces biens sur la liste. Je tiens à souligner la nécessité des efforts à faire afin de surmonter les problèmes de la sous-représentation des pays africains et d'autres régions du monde. Donc, il nous reste un effort à faire qui est un effort constant pour améliorer la situation de ce déséquilibre, pour rendre des monuments jusqu'à présent méconnus de l'arche publique, de leur donner la place qu'ils méritent. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Guatemala, please.
Muchas gracias. Guatemala reconoce el aporte muy excepcional que la arquitectura sudanesa da para todo el continente. Hemos visto que los órganos consultivos han hecho varias recomendaciones, las cuales consideramos deben atenderse de forma muy inmediata para proteger estos bienes. Asimismo, reconocemos que es importante dar un equilibrio geográfico a esa lista de patrimonio mundial y una mayor representatividad africana. Por lo tanto, no nos oponemos al consenso ya logrado y felicitamos al Estado parte por estos logros que han alcanzado. Gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Now, I'd like to give the floor to the state party, Côte d'Ivoire, to answer the questions. Now you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Côte d'Ivoire vous remercie et je souhaite donner la parole à notre expert.
Allô, vous m'entendez?
Oui, vous avez la parole.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président. Les préoccupations relatives aux délimitations et à la protection soulevées par la délégation malienne trouvent leur réponse dans les textes réglementaires, notamment le décret numéro 2020-121 du 29 janvier 2020 portant classement des mosquées qui vient renforcer la protection du bien et des éléments qui lui sont associés. Nous avons également le décret numéro 88-413 du 20 avril 88 portant classement des sites et monuments de la vie historique de Cote. Nous avons également la loi 87-806 du 28 juillet 87 portant protection du patrimoine culturel national dont les dispositions prennent en compte la protection du bien et son insertion dans son environnement. Nous avons également la loi 2019-576 du 26 juin 2019 instituant le Code de la construction et de l'habitat. Ces mesures règlent les questions liées aux délimitations, aux zones tampons, à la prise en compte des espaces environnants traditionnellement associés aux mosquées, ainsi que tous les éléments ayant un lien avec elles. Sur les 4 jointes au-dessus de nomination, il y a 2 zones protégées, la zone principale et la zone tampon. Ces zones sont incluses dans le lot ou l'îlot. Sur les 4, les lots ou les îlots sont délimités par des voies et rues sur lesquelles il est interdit de construire. Ces voies et rues représentent des cordons de protection des lots et îlots contre les constructions.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Ecomosque.
Thank you, Chair. Ecomosque welcomes the clarification by the State Party and their commitment to further enhance capacity building and to strengthen management and protection for these extraordinary survivals. Our concerns in the Ecomosque evaluation were to ensure that the mosques are robust enough to meet and address the acknowledged vulnerabilities and development pressures in the years ahead. In our view, strengthening and supporting traditional practices, developing conservation plans, and ensuring the protection of the settings are needed so that the mosques can continue to dominate their surroundings as living dynamic places. We do welcome the progress that has been made since the 28th of February. We do consider, though, that the recommendations in the original decision are still relevant, particularly relating to conservation plans and strengthening management, as well as addressing local regulations in respect of development. And we do hope that these, what we consider to be these forward-looking recommendations, can be supported by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more questions in the comments. Dear committee members, I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.33. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Ms. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment submitted by Mali, co-authored by a number of countries. If I'm not mistaken, a distinguished delegation of Oman also asked to be added as co-author. We have no modifications proposed for paragraph 1, Mr. Chair.
Okay, dear committee members, we'll adopt the text paragraph by paragraph. So paragraph 1, approved. Go on.
One clarification for English. The name of the property in English is aligned with the official translation as it was reflected in the original draft decision and Ecomosque evaluation report. As such, the paragraph 2 reads, inscribes Sudanese-style mosques in northern Cote d'Ivoire, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 4.
Agree? Yes, approved.
Paragraph 3 takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. And then we have the components of the statement here. We can scroll down, criterion 2, 4, authenticity, protection, and management requirements. And here is the end of paragraph 3, Mr. Chair.
Approve? Yes, approved. Go on.
As explained by the distinguished delegate from Norway and supported by a number of countries, by a number of members of the committee, we have the recommendations moved from original paragraph 2 to new paragraph 4 as A till H.
Do you accept? Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to seek the comments of the state party on this recommendation. We feel that some of them are not adequate, but we would like to have their take on what is recommended here. Thank you.
Yes, the state party, Cote d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Merci au président de nous donner la parole. Concernant les recommandations, nous l'avons déjà dit en ce qui concerne la recommandation 1, nous avons précisé déjà les délimitations qui ont été faites. Par contre, si ça revient ici, tout ce que l'État parti voudrait qu'on y ajoute, c'est qu'on pourrait travailler à agrandir légèrement ces limites qui ont été proposées dans le dossier. Par contre, s'agissant du, je crois, de la recommandation numéro le F, la recommandation F, compléter les plans de conservation pour chaque mosquée. Effectivement, l'État parti travaillera à le faire. Mais l'État parti a précisé qu'un plan général de conservation a été fait. Et donc, il n'est plus question que dans les recommandations, il soit question de faire un plan général du plan de gestion. Par contre, nous adhérons au fait que nous allons faire un plan détaillé pour chacune des mosquées. Monsieur le Président, voilà quelques commentaires que nous voudrions bien apporter aux recommandations qui ont été faites.
Any comment? Ecommerce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one very small point, but if the state party is being asked to enlarge the boundaries, perhaps mention should be made of a minor boundary modification in this text.
Yes, Rapporteur.
If this is acceptable for the committee members, we can just maybe change the wording, consider enlarging the boundaries as a minor boundary modification for each component part? Or, okay.
Do you accept? Okay, do you accept? Okay. Okay. Yes, I will give 2 minutes to Ms. Rapporteur. Any other comments for this paragraph? Okay. Mr. Rapporteur, is okay for you?
Almost. Yes, it is done right now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, this paragraph has been approved. Go ahead.
And final paragraph, since we are recommending state party to take into consideration the recommendations, we requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022 a report on the implementation of the above mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Yes, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.33 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate Cote d'Ivoire on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. This is also the first inscribed property from Africa. I'm sincerely glad to welcome the new inscription for a more balanced and representative World Heritage List. Cote d'Ivoire, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président de la 44e session élargie du Comité du patrimoine mondial, honorables membres du Comité du patrimoine mondial, je voudrais, au nom de l'État partie de Côte d'Ivoire, féliciter la Chine pour la parfaite organisation de cette réunion et je voudrais lui témoigner notre infinie gratitude suite à l'inscription des mosquées de style soudanais du Nord ivoirien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Cette décision que vient prendre le comité est la reconnaissance des efforts déployés par le gouvernement ivoirien. Ces édifices religieux de grande valeur, dont le moins ancien est centenaire, revêtent une importance capitale pour les communautés détentrices pour qui cette décision du comité est le signe d'une ère nouvelle. Nous sommes conscients que plusieurs défis restent à relever. C'est pourquoi je voudrais rassurer le comité du patrimoine mondial que le gouvernement ivoirien, dirigé par le Premier ministre Patrick Achi, prend toute la mesure de la décision du comité et s'engage à mettre en œuvre toutes les activités contenues dans le système de gestion de ces biens en série. Il s'engage également à traduire les recommandations formulées par le comité en plan d'action pour assurer une gestion efficiente de ce patrimoine. Merci au Fonds du patrimoine mondial africain pour tous les efforts consentis durant tout le processus qui a conduit aujourd'hui à l'inscription des mosquées de style soudanais sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Conscient du rôle combien important que joue le Fonds pour soutenir les pays africains, la Côte d'Ivoire s'engage à soutenir pour sa part le Fonds à l'instar des autres pays africains. Aux pays membres du groupe africain et à toutes les délégations permanentes de Côte d'Ivoire, toutes les délégations permanentes auprès de l'UNESCO, l'État de Côte d'Ivoire vous remercie pour tout le soutien que vous avez bien voulu lui apporter. L'inscription de ces édifices religieux est un défi, non seulement pour la Côte d'Ivoire, mais pour l'ensemble du continent africain et pour tous les pays. Notre pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, travaillera au respect de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien. Nous adressons un tout particulier remerciement à la délégation permanente du Mali, membre du comité qui a porté et soutenu le dossier et proposé l'amendement au projet de décision. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. Congratulations once more. Now, Mali, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Mali remercie les membres du comité pour leur soutien, le secrétariat de l'UNESCO, les organes consultatifs et les experts pour les efforts abattus et les appuis qui ont permis de prendre en compte les nouveaux amendements que nous avons soumis. Le Mali félicite chaleureusement la Côte d'Ivoire et l'encourage à continuer ses efforts conformément aux recommandations de cette décision. Les mosquées de style soudanais constituent non seulement un joyau architectural très précieux pour l'Afrique, mais elles représentent aussi notre raison d'être ici, c'est-à-dire des éléments de renforcement de la paix, de la culture de la paix. C'est ça l'esprit de l'UNESCO. Je vous remercie encore une fois de plus.
Merci. Ethiopia, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. À mon tour, je souhaite remercier la République de Côte d'Ivoire pour avoir soumis ce dossier pour nomination. Bien évidemment, tous les membres du comité également qui ont appuyé dans le souci de rééquilibrer la liste du patrimoine mondial qu'il devienne réellement mondial. Nous sommes à cet égard très contents de l'esprit qui prévaut au sein du comité, c'est-à-dire de privilégier le scientifique sur le bureaucratique, c'est-à-dire de faire en sorte que les monuments qui méritent d'être inscrits du fait de leur rapport à l'humanité soient inscrits et ne soient pas englués dans un processus bureaucratique trop lent qui souvent est cause de péril de ces mêmes patrimoines qu'on veut protéger. Donc, merci au comité, merci pour son appui à l'Afrique et c'est ainsi qu'on changera définitivement cette liste pour qu'elle devienne réellement représentative de l'humanité tout entière. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup. Dear colleagues, just now, due to some technical dysfunction, we have made the request of a statement concerning the described property of Rosia Montana, Romania. Therefore, with your permission, I now give the floor to Europe Nostra. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, of course, congratulating all state parties for the heritage sites that have been inscribed on the World Heritage List at this committee session. Indeed, Europa Nostra wishes to make a special statement on Rosia Montana mining landscape. On behalf of a large movement of civil society committed to cultural and natural heritage from all over Europe, including Romania, Europa Nostra congratulates very warmly the state party and its citizens for the inscription of Rosia Montana mining landspace, both on the World Heritage List and simultaneously on the list of World Heritage in Danger. This is a true milestone in the wide mobilization of heritage stakeholders to ensure a sustainable future for this exceptional cultural landscape. We can only applaud the Romanian authorities for their determination to stand by their cultural and natural heritage, to stand by the local community of Rosia Montana, and to stand by the engaging and convincing voices of civil society that have not spared their efforts to campaign to save Rosia Montana. Alongside Ecomosque and other international heritage organizations, Europa Nostra has gladly provided our support to this campaign, among others by placing already in 2013 Rosia Montana on our very first list of 7 most endangered sites in Europe. At that time, we were not optimistic about the future of Rosia Montana, but we were impressed by the determination of the local community and civil society not to stop resisting the plan for open-cast gold mining by a multinational company that would have destroyed and had a devastating impact on Montana's cultural landscape. 8 years later, our joy cannot be bigger to see UNESCO recognizing the outstanding universal value of this exceptional historic mining landscape. Congratulations to UNESCO and Ecomosque for their support. May this case become an important message sent also to the world of business and economy, that short-term business interests cannot prevail over the long-term interest of our cultural and natural heritage and the related local communities. We also applaud the decision to put Montana on the UNESCO list of World Heritage in Danger. This constitutes a rightful, urgent call to all stakeholders, from local and national to European and international level, to gather necessary expertise and resources for developing a holistic plan for the future of Montana. We especially urge the European Union to provide necessary support to the Romanian authorities to ensure a truly sustainable and inclusive revival of this World Heritage Site, with due involvement of local community and civil society, with the excellent recommendation.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Dear committee members, let's proceed. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination Nice, capital of Riviera Tourism, France. But before I give the floor to Ecomosque, Mr. Balsamo, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons reçu une notification d'erreur factuelle concernant l'évaluation de ces biens. Et cette notification est à la page 86 du document INF 8B4. Merci.
Ikemost, you have the floor.
Voici la présentation de l'évaluation de l'Ecomosque sur Nice, capitale du tourisme de Riviera, France. L'Ecomosque a reçu une lettre d'erreur factuelle pour cette évaluation et a accepté ces erreurs. Diapositive suivante. La ville de Nice témoigne de l'évolution de la station climatique hivernale, villégiature d'hiver, influencée par sa situation au bord de la mer Méditerranée et sa proximité avec les Alpes. À partir du milieu du XVIIIe siècle, la douceur du climat et les cadres pittoresques de Nice attirèrent de plus en plus des familles aristocratiques qui prirent l'habitude d'y passer leur hiver. Bien que certaines comparaisons auraient pu être davantage développées, l'Ecomosque considère que l'analyse comparative a bien démontré l'importance historique de Nice en tant que station climatique hivernale, dotée d'une réputation cosmopolite principalement au XIXe siècle, et c'est un degré plus élevé que dans d'autres sites influencés par des phénomènes culturels similaires. L'échange d'idées et d'influences provenant de ces phénomènes se reflète principalement dans son architecture, au travers de la variété des styles architecturaux, des conceptions et des décorations des bâtiments. Pour ces mêmes raisons, le bien proposé pour inscription répond aux critères de diapositive suivante. Le bien proposé pour inscription comprend la majeure partie du fond de la mer de la baie des Anges, une grande partie de la plaine de Nice et une partie des collines environnantes. Au cours du cycle d'évaluation, les échanges entre l'Ecomosque et l'État partie ont abouti à des ajustements de délimitation afin de mieux refléter la situation des attributs véhiculant la valeur universelle exceptionnelle potentielle. Des révisions supplémentaires sont nécessaires afin de refléter la situation des attributs associés à la période qui exprime pleinement l'importance de Nice en tant que station climatique hivernale. Les conditions d'intégrité ne sont donc que partiellement remplies à ce stade. Diapositive suivante. Au moment où le panel de l'Ecomosque a formulé ses recommandations et sur la base des informations fournies par l'État partie au cours du processus d'évaluation, la désignation et la protection juridique du bien proposé pour inscription en tant que site patrimonial remarquable n'avaient pas été entièrement approuvées. L'Ecomosque considère que la protection juridique du bien sera adéquate lorsque ce mécanisme juridique sera mis en place. Certains aspects du système de gestion pourraient être améliorés, notamment en termes de ressources humaines, de contenu du plan de gestion et d'une meilleure collaboration entre les différents acteurs responsables de la gestion de biens proposés pour inscription. Diapositive suivante. En résumé, Les conditions d'authenticité ont été démontrées, mais les conditions d'intégrité ne sont que partiellement remplies à ce stade. Les critères 2 est justifié, mais les critères 4 et 6 n'ont pas été démontrés. La zone tampon est considérée comme adéquate, mais les limites du bien proposé pour inscription nécessitent des ajustements supplémentaires. Les protections juridiques n'est pas encore entièrement en place. Certains aspects du système de gestion doivent être renforcés. Bien que l'Ecomosque accepte les clarifications fournies par l'État partie dans la lettre de ref actuelle en ce qui concerne l'attendu de promenade des Anglais, il souligne la nécessité de revoir les délimitations de biens, lesquelles ne se limitent pas à cette question. Diapositive suivante. En conclusion, l'Ecomosque recommande que Nice, capitale de tourisme de Riviera, France, soit renvoyée à l'État partie pour les raisons suivantes. Réviser davantage les délimitation du bien proposé pour inscription afin qu'elle reflète le cadre temporel historique compris entre 1760 et les années 1930 et la situation des attributs principaux qui expriment de manière significative l'échange d'influence, essentiellement en relation avec les évolutions de l'architecture. Finaliser et approuver officiellement les désignations du bien proposé pour inscription comme site patrimonial remarquable, afin d'assurer une protection juridique appropriée. L'Ecomosque recommande également que le nom du bien soit modifié pour devenir Nice, la ville de la villégiature d'hiver de Riviera. De plus, l'Ecomosque inclut un certain nombre de recommandations supplémentaires dans les projets de décision afin de renforcer la conservation du bien sur le long terme. Diapositive suivante. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Ethiopia, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons soumis, au nom de l'État français, des amendements sur le projet de décision, des amendements qui demandent à ce que ce patrimoine exceptionnel soit inscrit à la liste du patrimoine mondial à cette session. Ecomosque lui-même a reconnu la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien sur la base du critère 2. Les dimensions urbaines, paysagères et architecturales exceptionnelles du bien sont clairement démontrées. Ecomosque a exprimé deux préoccupations. La première concerne la protection du site et notamment l'entrée en vigueur du dispositif juridique français du site du patrimoine remarquable, un dispositif qui permet une protection du bien par une action conjointe des services d'État français et de la ville de Nice. Or, le 30 juin 2021, le Conseil métropolitain a adopté à l'unanimité l'entrée en vigueur de ce dispositif qui permet donc une protection du site. Par conséquent, cette préoccupation est adressée. La deuxième préoccupation concerne la modification des périmètres. La première concerne la place Garibaldi et la deuxième concerne la promenade des Anglais à l'ouest de la rivière Magnan. L'État partie propose de retenir la recommandation d'Ecomosque concernant la place Garibaldi. Il considère que l'aménagement de cette place royale n'est pas stricto sensu lié à la fonction de villégiature d'hiver. Donc, sa soustraction permettra de rendre ce dernier plus homogène. Par contre, nous pensons que la partie ouest de la promenade des Anglais doit être maintenue dans le périmètre, car la suggestion formulée par les experts d'Ecomosque concernant la promenade des Anglais se fonde sur une erreur factuelle. Monsieur le Président, je donnerai à l'État partie pour qu'il nous donne des explications plus détaillées sur la protection juridique qui est octroyée pour ce site, mais permettez-moi de dire que ce site est vraiment exceptionnel parce qu'il change le paradigme souvent avancé, c'est-à-dire vous avez un patrimoine, puis ensuite vous avez du tourisme. Or ici, il s'agit de la villégiature, c'est-à-dire du tourisme, qui a donné lieu à un patrimoine exceptionnel. Et à ce titre, compte tenu également de l'emplacement du lieu, c'est-à-dire dans ce monde méditerranéen où l'échange et l'ouverture sur l'autre est essentiel, l'apport venu d'ailleurs a fait ce patrimoine et c'est un message formidable pour aujourd'hui et pour demain pour que cet ensemble méditerranéen porte un message qui corresponde à l'esprit de notre convention. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I will give the floor to the state party after committee members. Dear committee members, due to the time constraints, I have to kindly ask you to be very brief. Now, Egypt, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je serai vraiment très bref. L'Égypte se félicite que l'Ecomosque reconnaisse la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien niçois sur la base du critère 2. Toutefois, l'Ecomosque recommande que la proposition d'inscription soit renvoyée à l'État partie pour 2 points principaux. Premièrement, le site patrimonial remarquable, dispositif juridique français, permettant dans le cadre du plan de gestion la protection du bien pour une action conjointe des services de l'État français et de la ville de Nice, n'est pas encore entré en vigueur. Et deuxièmement, l'Ecomosque recommande de réviser davantage la délimitation du bien proposé afin de mieux l'adapter à la définition de la VIE à partir du seul critère 2, mais aussi de prendre en compte une période de constitution de biens qui irait de 1760 à 1939 et non pas de 1760 à 1949, comme le proposait l'État partie. Dès lors que ces 2 recommandations d'Ecomosque ne remettent pas en cause la VIE du bien proposé, l'Égypte souhaiterait entendre l'avis de l'État partie sur ces 2 points soulevés par les experts de l'Ecomosque. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please.
Thank you, Chair. The elasticity of this site's historical time frame from 1760 to 1930s was richly dynamic and profusely vibrant, not only intangibly, but as well as its cultural geography and associated boundary placements and cognate buffer zoning, since culture is not a static phenomenon. As such, Mr. Chairman, the boundaries delineated in the proposed amendment are emblematic of these very attributes in expressing the interchange of influences pertaining particularly to the property's historical architectural prosperity. Furthermore, Chair, the demarcation of these boundaries never occurred in a vacuum, and to date, this livable process occurs in a legal conservation planning and management regime. This very regime also ensures most proficient community participation, buffer zoning, inventorying of the property's pieces of heritage architecture, and as well as their adaptive reuse, preservation of the authenticity of the interiors and exteriors, and minimization of unauthorized additions, subtractions, and/or alterations. Chair, this whole defense is clearly presented in the statement of outstanding universal value and associated criteria for nomination as proposed in the amendment for its nomination and inscription on the World Heritage List, which my delegation strongly supports. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please.
Mr. Chairperson, Thailand would like to express our support for the inscription of Nice Winter Resort Town of the Riviera on the basis of Criterion 2. The site fulfills the criterion of showing an evidence of a considerable exchange of influence during a given period or in a given cultural area on the development of architecture or technology, monumental arts, city planning, or landscape creation. However, we have learned that the advisory body has some observation on the protection of the property. Thailand recognizes that there have been positive developments by the authorities concerned to address the issue, with protective urban regulation of SPR coming into effect this month. With this in mind, Thailand supports the inscription of Nice on the World Heritage List at this session. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Brazil, please.
Thank you. Nous ne voyons, Monsieur le Président, aucun obstacle à l'inscription de ce site sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. L'organisation consultative a reconnu sa valeur universelle exceptionnelle sur la base du critère 2, puisque la ville de Nice réunit de façon singulière les influences culturelles des différents pays dans son architecture et ses paysages diversifiés et cosmopolites qui font d'elle la capitale de la rivière française. Ecomosque approuve également cette analyse comparative et atteste que la pertinence de ces conditions d'authenticité, de conservation et de gestion. Il a émis des recommandations visant à une amélioration, mais elles ne font pas obstacle de l'inscription de ce site sur la liste. L'existence de deux motifs pour lesquels l'organisation consultative recommande un renvoi au lieu d'une description du site. Le premier concerne la légère divergence qui se réfère à la période historique de la vue du site, la réduisant de 10 ans, ainsi que les ajustements correspondant à ses limites. L'État partie a accepté les propositions de l'Ecomosque concernant la période et a partiellement incorporé les ajustements de la limite suggérée, tout en présentant des justificatifs appropriés pour maintenir une partie des limites originales, lesquelles correspondent effectivement à la période historique proposée. La seconde demande à ce que la ville de Nice, avant de devenir un site du patrimoine mondial, soit désignée site patrimonial remarquable par la loi française, afin de lui assurer une protection juridique adéquate. Il s'agit là d'une demande légitime et l'État partie a fait tout son possible afin d'y répondre à temps pour ce comité. Les mesures juridiques demandées ont été en effet approuvées à l'unanimité par le Conseil métropolitain de Nice et sont entrées en vigueur le 15 juillet dernier. Il n'y a donc aucune raison, Monsieur le Président, de retarder l'inscription de ce site sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Nous soutenons de ce fait l'amendement proposé par l'Éthiopie. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Kyrgyzstan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyrgyzstan supports inscription of Nice on the World Heritage List. Our delegation wishes to know if France agrees to follow the last part of Ecomosque recommendation concerning the management plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor again. Let me start by thanking the World Heritage Center as well as the advisory bodies for their great efforts in studying and analyzing this file. I would like also to thank my experts who are members of the delegation to this meeting for their efforts to study both the Ecomosque assessment report and the amended draft decision. Mr. Chair, as stated in the nomination dossier, the nominated property represents an important example of the merging of British, Italian, French, Russian, and other cultural influences, resulting in a diversity of architectural style, design, and buildings decoration that expresses the cosmopolitan character as a winter climatic resort, particularly during the 19th century. Also stated by Ecomosque that the property has an outstanding universal value. In its response, France welcomed and acknowledged the Ecomosque recommendation, such as compiled and respond to the Ecomosque point of view about criteria 2, accepted the 1930s as the limitation of the winter resort town of Nice, accepted also to remove the Garibaldi Square, undertakes to provide the map of this revised delimitation reflecting the OUV according to the criteria 2. With regards to removing half of the Baramodic Anglaise west of Managan Valley, we support the view of the state party that this part has to be included in the boundary of the nomination property. Therefore, this showed the strong commitment and complement of the state party toward ensuring the protection of the OUV of the nominated property. and its integrity and authenticity. Considering the positive opinion about the OUV of the property under the criterion 2 and the readiness and willingness of the state party to comply and accept all Ecomosque recommendations as per its document nomination needs resources responses of the question asked by Ecomosque, Mr. Chair, Oman delegation strongly see it is a strong fight and support the immediate inscription of Nice at this session of the World Heritage Committee. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. China, please.
谢谢主席先生。尼斯呢，里维埃拉的冬季度假城，这个遗产呢，融合了法国、英国、意大利、俄罗斯和其他文化的特点，体现了建筑风格、设计和建筑装饰的多样性。中方赞赏缔约国与咨询机构开展的有效对话，该项目满足标准2，符合真实性、完整性的要求，遗产地管理制度总体上很充分。特别赞赏尼斯未来海岸大都市的委员会根据咨询机构的建议，在当前疫情的情况下，迅速采取行动，于6月30日一致批准城市保护的法规，该法规已经于本月生效。因此呢，中方很高兴加入各方的共识，支持该项目列入世界遗产名录。主席先生，很高兴在这里，我想补充一句，法国尼斯市与中国的厦门市是友好城市。坐落在厦门市的鼓浪屿历史国际社区于2017年列入世界遗产名录。这一遗产同样记录了不同国家的文化的在鼓浪屿的交汇与传播。中国代表团将大力支持厦门和尼斯2个友好城市在遗产保护、遗产教育、文化与旅游等方面的交流与合作。谢谢主席。
Thank you for your comment. Bahrain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and would like also to thank Ecomosque for their evaluation and thank members of the committee for reaffirming the strong outstanding values present in this property. To be concise, as you have instructed us, Mr. Chair, we as well support the amendment proposed by Ethiopia to inscribe this property during this session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation welcomes the position of Ecomosque, recognized the outstanding universal value of the city of Nice. This recognition is important for us due to the long time and massive Russian historic presence in that city and the region since the middle of the 19th century. Our fellow countrymen and women not only made a significant contribution to the social and cultural life of Nice, but also left important architectural monuments, like, for example, St. Nicholas Cathedral, thus having contributed to the outstanding universal value of the city. I would also like to underscore the importance of Nice as a recommended place for medical treatment of lung diseases, particularly tuberculosis, which was a deadly disease in the 19th century. So to be precise, Nice not only served to entertain European aristocracy, but also was a place where human lives were saved. With this in mind, we support the immediate inscription of this property on the World Heritage List and the corresponding amendments presented by Ethiopia. We believe that the remaining issues raised by advisory body could be settled in the coming months, if have not been already settled on the eve of the committee session. At the same time, I would like to ask the state party the following question. As far as we know, the Ecomosque proposed to modify the title of the property. What is the position of the state party on this particular subject? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. I will give the floor to the state party after a while to answer the questions. Now, Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
La delegación de Guatemala desea agradecer y valorar el trabajo y análisis de los órganos consultivos por su detallado estudio y sus profundas recomendaciones. Asimismo, mi delegación también desea agradecer al Estado parte y felicitar al Estado parte por trabajar y presentar esta nominación. NISA se formó entre 1760 y 1949 junto a un núcleo urbano preexistente, un nuevo tipo de asentamiento humano exclusivamente dedicada a un balneario urbano y cosmopolita, en un sitio de la Riviera que se beneficia de un clima invernal privilegiado, cuyo carácter pintoresco resulta del encuentro entre la montaña de los Alpes y el mar Mediterráneo, desarrollando así un concepto innovador de bienestar y aprovechamiento del medio ambiente desde sus inicios, algo que es un tema muy relevante para nosotros el día de hoy. Además, cabe mencionar y valorar que el Estado parte ha procedido a aplicar las recomendaciones de los órganos consultivos. Por lo tanto, y para no alargar demasiado mi intervención, señor presidente, y como usted sugiere, nos sumamos al consenso y apoyamos la enmienda para que NISA sea inscrita en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial, para que toda la humanidad junto al Estado parte se concentre en el cuidado, el mantenimiento y en apoyar este sitio. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, as you have realized that we have a very heavy agenda today, there are still quite a number of committee members on my list. I'd like to kindly ask you to be very brief to speak out your position if it is only to fully support or second the proposal made by the previous colleagues. I thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Now, Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. According to the Ecomosque evaluation, the nominated property represents an important example of the merging of British, Italian, French, Russian, and other cultural influences, resulting in a diversity of architectural styles, designs, and building decoration that express its cosmopolitan character as a winter climatic resort, particularly during the 19th century. Thus, the nominated property meets criterion 2. Moreover, the Ecomosque evaluation report also validates the comparative analysis. France has made remarkable efforts to comply with the recommendations made by the Ecomosque during the nomination process. However, there remain two issues why Ecomosque suggests the nomination to be referred. As in its answer sent to the committee member, it is clarified France, to avoid a gap in the perimeter of the nominated site, has removed the Garibaldi Square from the property's core zone to its buffer zone. On the other hand, the protected urban regulation, the remarkable heritage site, was approved by the Metropolitan Council at the end of June. Thus, the important reason for the referral of the nomination is no longer valid. To conclude, Hungary supports the amendment submitted by Ethiopia regarding the inscription of Nice, winter resort town of the Riviera, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criterion 2. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I will ask the state party to answer your question after the committee members. Now, South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. South Africa strongly supports the inscription of Nice on the World Heritage List. We thank the state party for submitting this exemplary site, which, as a distinguished delegate of Ethiopia said, aptly demonstrates the nexus between heritage and tourism. We have noted that Ecommerce has raised two concerns: one, legal protection, and two, boundaries. We welcome the clarification provided by Ethiopia that on 30 June, the municipality of Nice incorporated the relevant national law into its regulations in order to offer sufficient protection to the site. Regarding the boundaries, we have also noted that the observation is based on a factual error, which the state party will clarify. With these remarks, we support the amendment as proposed by Ethiopia in order to inscript this site. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Nigeria appreciates the recommendations made by Ecomosque and also the responses from the state party, which shows that Nice has outstanding universal value and should be inscribed on the World Heritage Site based on Criterion 2. In addition to what other committee members have said, and the amendment put forward by Ethiopia, the delegation of Nigeria wants to support the amendment and agrees that Nice should be inscribed on the World Heritage List in this session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Marty, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, le bien proposé pour inscription représente un exemple important de la fusion des influences culturelles britanniques, italiennes, françaises, russes et autres, résultant à une diversité de styles architecturaux, de conception et de décoration des bâtiments qui expriment son caractère cosmopolite en tant que station climatique d'hiver, en particulier au XIXe siècle. Ce bien répond à notre avis à des critères d'intégrité et d'authenticité, et enfin d'assurer sa préservation de la valeur universelle et exceptionnelle du bien. Un plan de gestion comprenant les mesures de protection, de conservation et de développement à mettre en œuvre sera élaboré conjointement par l'État partie de France et les autorités locales et régionales concernées. Au vu de tout cela, nous appelons le comité à donner un avis favorable à son inscription. Merci.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Bosnie-Herzégovine soutient l'amendement de l'Éthiopie à l'inscription de Nice. Cette ville porte un esprit méditerranéen et la capacité de rester cohérent avec ses traditions et les valeurs qui la recommandent pour l'inscription. C'est cette valeur universelle et le message qu'il porte à travers les siècles de son existence. Je dirais aussi des millénaires de son existence. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Given, and I would like first to thank the Ecomosque for their assessment and their recommendations. And given the report that was submitted by Ecomosque and what we have heard and seen from the state party with regard to the implementation of these recommendations, whether they are in implementation or already being implemented, we think that this site justifies being inscribed with an outstanding universal value under criteria 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief and just say that Australia is delighted to be able to support the inscription of Nice in this beautiful city with its multiple architectural styles and a kind of symbol of lots of countries coming together in leisure and spending time together. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, I'd like to ask the state party to take the floor to answer questions raised by the committee members. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à tous les membres du comité qui se sont exprimés en faveur de cette inscription. Avant toute chose, Monsieur le Président, je souhaiterais présenter notre solidarité aux familles des victimes de la catastrophe naturelle qui sévit en ce moment en Chine. Je souhaiterais aussi vous remercier pour cette présidence remarquable du 44e comité que vous effectuez. En réponse aux questions qui me sont posées, je voudrais dire que nous félicitons qu'Ecomosque reconnaisse la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien proposé et accepte de se ranger à son avis d'inscrire le bien uniquement au titre du critère 2, car ce critère prend en compte la dimension urbaine et paysagère aussi bien qu'architecturale. La France accepte également la limite de 1939 comme fin de période de constitution du bien. Ce décalage de 10 ans sur 2 siècles n'a toutefois pas d'incidence sur la délimitation du bien, étant donné qu'il a été très peu construit dans la période de la guerre et de l'après-guerre, entre 1939 et 1949. Les statistiques de datation du bâti qui figurent dans le mémoire transmis à l'Ecomosque en février 2021 démontrent que l'ensemble du bien présente, selon les secteurs, entre 60 et 95% de bâtis façonnés par la villégiature cosmopolite d'hiver, donc antérieure à 1939.
Toutefois, la France a examiné avec soin 2 propositions de modification du périmètre suggérées par Ecomosque, qui portent l'une sur la place Garibaldi, l'autre sur la promenade des Anglais à l'ouest de la rivière Magnan. Nous retenons la recommandation d'Ecomosque concernant la place Garibaldi, car l'aménagement de cette place royale n'est pas stricto sensu lié à la fonction de villégiature d'hiver. Sa soustraction du périmètre permettra en outre de rendre ce périmètre plus homogène. En revanche, nous estimons que la partie ouest de la promenade des Anglais doit être maintenue dans le périmètre, car la suggestion formulée par Ecomosque concernant la promenade des Anglais se fonde sur une erreur factuelle. En effet, contrairement à ce qui figure dans le rapport, la promenade des Anglais n'était pas, avant 1939, limitée à l'ouest par la rivière Magnan. Le prolongement de la promenade à l'ouest de la rivière était prévu dès 1882, et c'est pendant l'entre-deux-guerres, donc avant 1939, que la promenade des Anglais a été de fait prolongée sur l'ensemble de la baie. La France a d'ailleurs relevé l'erreur factuelle contenue dans le rapport d'évaluation de l'Ecomosque. Il n'y a donc pas de raison de modifier le périmètre, car dans ce secteur de la promenade des Anglais, qui contient de nombreux édifices remarquables représentatifs de la villégiature d'hiver de Riviera, nous nous engageons à fournir dès à présent une carte de ce nouveau périmètre qui reflète la valeur universelle exceptionnelle au titre du critère 2, puisque les attributs de la VUE sont présents dans tous les secteurs inclus à l'intérieur du périmètre du bien. Concernant le site patrimonial remarquable, la France peut vous annoncer qu'il a été adopté officiellement et rendu exécutoire par délibération du Conseil métropolitain de Nice le 30 juin 2021. S'agissant du nom, nous nous soumettons à la recommandation d'Ecomosque de reconnaître le bien au titre du patrimoine mondial sous le titre Ville de villégiature de Riviera. Ville de Riviera d'hiver. Enfin, la France s'engage, si Nice était inscrite sur la liste du patrimoine mondial, à transmettre d'ici la fin de l'année 2022 un rapport répondant notamment à ces dernières recommandations de l'Ecomosque. L'inventaire aura été complété et fera état des intérieurs remarquables ainsi repérés. De nouvelles protections individuelles au titre des monuments historiques intérieurs et extérieurs porteurs de la VUE auront été établies. Conformément aux recommandations, la France s'engage également à évaluer l'efficacité du plan de gestion et à l'adapter avant 2025 avec de nouveaux indicateurs de suivi des facteurs affectant le bien. En matière de gouvernance, la France rappelle le dispositif institué sur l'ensemble de son territoire, appliqué à tous les biens du patrimoine mondial. Il crée des commissions locales et leur déclinaison en divers comités et groupes de travail scientifiques. Ces outils facilitent en effet la bonne coopération entre les parties prenantes de la gestion du bien. La France rappelle également l'engagement pris par la ville de Nice de maintenir une mission spécifiquement dédiée à la protection et la valorisation du bien, rattachée directement au maire de la ville. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président, nous vous remercions et nous remercions les membres du comité pour la reconnaissance au patrimoine mondial cette année de Nice, la ville de villégiature d'hiver de Riviera. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your kind words, your sympathy and the solidarity for the Chinese people in the flood-stricken areas. Thank you for your response. I want to clarify, Mali, you are requesting for the floor? Mali, and also Bosnia Herzegovina. You are requesting for the floor?
Président, j'ai déjà pris la parole, donc voilà, je soutiens l'amendement
Okay, thank you. Bosnia Herzegovina, you are requesting the floor? Bosnia Herzegovina, you are requesting for the floor?
No, it's okay. It was from the last time.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Now, Ecomosque, any comments or supplementary information?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Ecomosque wishes only to underline that the factual errors that has been noted by the State Party of France concern the fact that the historical cartography provided in the nomination dossier was not detailed enough for Ecomosque to really understand to what extent the Promenade des Anglais was already conceived before the time frame that Ecomosque considered relevant for the justification of inscription. With the clarification provided, Ecomosque is satisfied and thanks the state party for the fructuous dialogue that it had during the evaluation process. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I see no more questions and comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.38. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment submitted by Ethiopia, co-authored by a number of committee members, as shown on the screen. We have no modifications proposed for paragraph 1, Mr. Chair.
Dear committee members, we'll adopt the text paragraph by paragraph. So paragraph 1, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 2 inscribes Nice winter resort town of the Riviera, France, on the World Heritage List on the basis of Criterion 2.
Agree? Yes, approved. Go ahead.
Takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. And we have the components in French.
Yeah, agree? Yes, approved. Go on.
New paragraph 4 requests the state party to revise the boundaries of the property to reflect the historical time frame between 1760 and the 1930s and the mapping of the key attributes that significantly express the interchange of influences, mainly in relation to developments in architecture.
Approve? Yes, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 5 recommends that the state party give consideration to the following. A, completing the ongoing inventory of built heritage, which will serve as a solid basis for conservation and management purposes. I will not actually read through all, Mr. Chair. These are as in the original draft decision, paragraph 3.
Any objection? I see none. Approved. Go ahead.
Original paragraph 4 is proposed for deletion. New paragraph 6 also requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2021 a revised map indicating the boundaries of the property and the document officially granting the required national level protection, site patrimonial remarkable.
Agree? Yes, approved.
New paragraph 7 finally requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022 a report on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session.
Approve? Yes, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.38 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate France for the second time in your session on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. France, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais vous remercier encore une fois chaleureusement, remercier infiniment tous mes collègues, amis, membres du Comité du patrimoine mondial pour le travail de soutien qu'ils ont apporté à l'ensemble des candidats tout au long de cette 44e session. Je remercie Ecomosque et le Centre du patrimoine mondial pour leur engagement au service de la Convention de 72 et de ses États membres. Enfin, je me réjouis vivement avec Monsieur le maire de Nice, Christian Estrosi, qui nous suit d'où il est, son représentant pour le patrimoine, le maire adjoint, maître Gérard Baudou, et Jean-Jacques Ayagon et son équipe de la mission Nice Patrimoine, qui ont porté ce dossier de bout en bout pour cette sublime reconnaissance de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de la ville-jardin, celle du cosmopolitisme et des échanges d'influence considérables. Nice est désormais une ambassadrice de l'UNESCO et nous nous en félicitons profondément. Je passe la parole à Jean-Jacques Ayagon et ensuite à Monsieur le maire adjoint.
Monsieur le Président, je m'associe aux remerciements de l'ambassadrice. Je dois vous dire que je suis très heureux aussi en ma qualité d'ancien ministre de la Culture de la République française que Nice figure désormais sur la liste des biens du patrimoine mondial. Ces biens qui sont les révélateurs de la singularité de chacune de nos cultures dans le respect de la diversité des cultures, mais ces biens également qui appartiennent à toutes les femmes et à tous les hommes de la Terre.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs les membres du comité, je me réjouis bien évidemment à mon tour, au nom de la ville de Nice et de son maire, Christian Estrosi, de l'honneur qui nous est fait par l'inscription de Nice, la ville de villégiature d'hiver de Riviera, sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Enfin, Christian Estrosi et moi-même dédions l'insigne honneur qui nous est fait par l'UNESCO aux Niçoises et aux Niçois, avec qui nous partageons la responsabilité et le devoir de précieusement conserver pour les générations à venir le patrimoine de cette ville désormais inscrite sur la liste du patrimoine mondial.
Merci et félicitations. Dear colleagues, I suggest we have a technical break for 10 minutes. Dear colleagues, let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination. Sítio Roberto Burle Marx, Brazil. Ecomosque, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the Ecomosque evaluation of Sítio Roberto Burle Marx, Brazil. Next slide. Sítio Roberto Burle Marx is a property which comprises extensive landscape gardens and buildings, which was a laboratory for landscape architect and artist Roberto Burle Marx, reflecting the experimental fusing of modernist artistic ideas with native tropical plants to create garden designs as a living works of art. The property demonstrates an important interchange related to landscape design and a profound impact on the development of what is now known as modernist tropical garden design. It is an outstanding example of a landscape demonstrating the development of this new type. Thanks to additional information and documentation provided by the state party during the evaluation process, the amplified comparative analysis justifies consideration of this property, and criteria 2 and 4 have been demonstrated. Next slide. The nominated property area includes all attributes of the proposed outstanding universal value, that is to say, extensive landscape gardens with integrated buildings and lakes clustered on sloping land above native forest. The conditions of integrity and authenticity have been met, although the attributes are vulnerable to incremental change over time. Next slide. Although the property is protected, effective protection for the setting and views needs to be enhanced in relation to urban expansion. A conservation plan is needed and should be based on a clear identification of attributes and baseline data as the basis for conservation strategies. Ecomosque also recommends that the management plan reflect the defined attributes. Next slide. Here is a summary of the Ecomosque evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that Sítio Roberto Burle Marx, Brazil, be inscribed on the World Heritage List as a cultural landscape on the basis of criteria 2 and 4. A number of further recommendations are included in the draft decision regarding documentation, conservation planning, management, and protection. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as it is a property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection, I'd like to kindly suggest that we go directly to examine the draft decision. Can we agree on such a proposal? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.27. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Ms. Rapporteur.
We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.27 adopted. Let me congratulate Brazil on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Brazil, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Para nós brasileiros é motivo de grande alegria e orgulho a inscrição do sítio Roberto Burle Marx como patrimônio mundial da UNESCO, testemunho vivo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a great moment for us, an exceptional recognition for the lifetime work of Roberto Burle Marx, and a message to the world on what can be accomplished when art and science join hands for the creation of beauty and the preservation of biodiversity. We are celebrating here in Rio de Janeiro and all of us in Brazil. It is a victory for all of us. And I'm very proud to be here. Which is my first World Heritage Committee, to be able to thank the committee, the Secretariat, and Ecomosque for this extraordinary result. You will now see a brief video message from Mr. Mario Frias, our Secretary of Culture, and Mrs. Larissa Peixoto, the President of our National Heritage Institute, IFAN, who worked so hard on the preparation of this nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Para nós brasileiros é motivo de grande alegria e orgulho a inscrição do sítio Roberto Burle Marx como Patrimônio Mundial da UNESCO, um testemunho vivo da história e identidade do nosso país. Nós do Brasil agradecemos ao trabalho técnico de altíssimo nível desenvolvido pelo Conselho Internacional de Monumentos e Sítios, que já havia reconhecido o valor excepcional universal do sítio, e aos membros do Comitê do Patrimônio Mundial pela apreciação, aprimoramento e deferimento do dossiê dessa candidatura.
Agradecemos também a todos os atores que colaboraram nesse processo, em especial ao Ministério das Relações Exteriores do Brasil e ao Instituto do Patrimônio Histórico-Artístico Nacional, que administra o sítio e que teve um empenho singular na viabilização dessa candidatura. A inscrição do sítio Roberto Burle Marx na lista do Patrimônio Mundial representa o reconhecimento da sua importância para a humanidade, reforçando a sua preservação e recuperação e atraindo também mais visitantes e turistas. Ele foi um dos maiores representantes do modernismo brasileiro nas áreas de arquitetura e paisagismo, reconhecido internacionalmente como um dos paisagistas mais importantes do século XX e que criou o conceito do jardim tropical moderno. Localizado na cidade do Rio de Janeiro, reúne mais de 3.500 espécies de plantas tropicais e semitropicais de Burle Marx, convivendo em harmonia com a Mata Atlântica nativa. Também reúne cerca de 3.000 obras de arte, inclusive composições do próprio artista, nas áreas de pintura, desenho, escultura, cerâmica, tapeçaria, litografia e design.
Com a inscrição do sítio Burle Marx como Patrimônio Mundial, o Brasil oferece ao mundo um exemplo excepcional de diálogo entre a natureza e a arte, de preservação simultânea da cultura e da biodiversidade, e da convivência entre seres humanos e o meio ambiente. Nosso muito obrigado.
Thank you. Congratulations once more. Let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination. Chaquilo Solar Observatory and the Ceremonial Center, Peru. Ecomosque, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the Ecomosque evaluation of Tranquil Solar Observatory and Ceremonial Center, Peru. Next slide. The Tranquil archaeological site is located on the north-central coast of Peru and was in use for a relatively brief period between 250 and 200 BCE. The constructions at the site, including a line of 13 cuboidal towers, functioned, together with natural features, as a calendrical instrument. The Tranquil calendar is distinguished from other examples of archaeoastronomical sites by its great age, size, and by the fact that the line of several towers spans the entire solar rising and setting arc, so that it functions throughout the year. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 1 and 4, but does not meet criterion 5. Next slide. This nomination contains Tranquil and the Cerro Mucho Malo, whose southern slope becomes the natural marker to form a continuous astronomical horizon. The two component parts are embedded in a large buffer zone that protects the view shades. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met. The site still allows a present-day spectator to observe and understand the functioning of the Tranquil Solar Observatory. The boundaries of the two component parts of the nominated property were defined on the basis of archaeoastronomical considerations. Separating the two parts is a strip of agricultural fields that are linked to the bed of the Kasma River. Next slide. The nominated property has been declared National Cultural Heritage, and the process of legal physical sanitation has been concluded. The nominated property has a recently approved multi-sectorial, decentralized and participatory management plan. The conservation challenges have been clearly identified. In the draft decision, Ecomosque has included a recommendation to develop a long-term conservation program. Next slide. Here is a summary of the Ecomosque evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that Chaquilo Solar Observatory and Ceremonial Center, Peru, is inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 1 and 4, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as for the previous properties recommended for inscription, if there's no objection, I'd like to kindly suggest that we go directly to examine the draft decision. Is that okay with you? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.29. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.29 adopted. Let me congratulate Peru on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Peru, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, quería también sumarme a los sentimientos de solidaridad por las recientes inundaciones en la provincia de Henan. Y quería decir que nuestro país, el Perú, se caracteriza por su vasta biodiversidad, siendo escenario de un proceso de civilización ancestral y una diversidad que se ve reflejada en los sitios inscritos en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial, como los últimos que han formado parte de ella, la ciudad sagrada de Caral, Supe, y el sistema vial andino, el Capañán, inscritos en 2009 y 2014 respectivamente. Hoy saludamos con júbilo y especial alegría la inscripción del complejo arqueoastronómico Chaquilo, cuya inscripción en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial contribuye a fortalecer nuestra identidad nacional y ratificar el compromiso del Perú, a través de nuestro Ministerio de Cultura, de seguir trabajando en la protección y gestión sostenible de nuestro patrimonio cultural y natural, con el firme propósito de cumplir con los compromisos asumidos con la suscripción de la Convención de 1972. Compromiso que además nos ha permitido fortalecer de manera equilibrada nuestra lista indicativa actualizada del año 2019, con sitios como el complejo minero Santa Bárbara, el Valle del Sondondo en Ayacucho, las salineras de Maras en Cusco o el sistema de islas, islotes y puntas guaneras que incluye la Reserva Nacional de Paracas, como ejemplos de nuestro patrimonio cultural y natural con el potencial de ser nominados en un futuro muy cercano. Finalmente, quisiéramos agradecer especialmente al Comité del Patrimonio Mundial por su decisión de inscribir el complejo arqueoastronómico Chaquilo en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial de la UNESCO, nominación que nos llena de orgullo, más aún estando a puertas de conmemorar el bicentenario de la independencia de nuestro país. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your sympathy and solidarity you expressed to the Chinese people in the flood-stricken areas. Thank you for your statement. Once again, congratulations. Now let's proceed. I invite Ecomosque to present the nomination, the work of engineer Eladio Diester, Church of Atlantida, Uruguay. But before I give the floor to Ecomosque, Mr. Balsamo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to remind the committee that we received a notification letter concerning factual errors included in the evaluation of this nomination, and this is to be found on page 58 of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. Ecomosque, please, you have the floor.
Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation de l'Ecommerce de l'œuvre de l'ingénieur et la biodieste, Église d'Atlantida, Uruguay. Pour cette évaluation, l'Ecommerce a reçu une lettre d'erreur factuelle et certaines erreurs ont été acceptées. Diapositive suivante. Inspirée de l'architecture religieuse médiévale italienne, l'église d'Atlantida, avec son beffroi et son baptistère, est l'une des expressions architecturales la plus aboutie, obtenue par l'application de techniques de construction innovantes, grâce à laquelle de nouvelles réalisations spatiales, plastiques et de construction ont été réalisées. L'analyse comparative élargie fournie par l'État partie à la suite du rapport intérimaire de l'Ecommerce démontre l'importance de l'église d'Atlantida en tant que réinterprétation exceptionnelle d'un type ancien de complexe de bâtiments par une innovation de construction enracinée dans la tradition de construction de l'Amérique du Sud et répondant aux besoins locaux. Le critère 4 a été démontré, mais pas le critère 1. Diapositive suivante. Le complexe de l'église est situé à la station Atlantida, près de la ville d'Atlantida, à 45 km de Montevideo. Le complexe comprenait à l'origine une maison paroissiale et a été conçu autour d'une place avec des espaces verts qui n'a pas été construite. Malgré quelques changements limités, les conditions d'authenticité et d'intégrité ont été remplies. Au cours du processus d'évaluation, les attributs ont été affinés et il exprime désormais de manière spécifique la valeur du bien proposé pour inscription. Au cours de l'évaluation, les échanges entre Ecomosque et État partie ont abouti à l'ajustement des parcelles cadastrales de biens proposés pour inscription et à l'extension de la zone tampon, qui est désormais appropriée et dotée de mécanismes de protection. Diapositive suivante. La protection juridique est garantie par la désignation des protections la plus élevée. La zone tampon élargie offre également des mécanismes de protection juridique au niveau national. L'intégration des mécanismes d'évaluation de l'impact sur le patrimoine sera nécessaire pour renforcer les protections. Le système de gestion est globalement approprié, bien qu'un rôle plus clair pour le comité délibératif et des mécanismes d'implication régulière des communautés locales soit souhaitable. L'inclusion de certaines mesures pour la gestion des visiteurs sera bénéfique. Globalement, le bien proposé pour inscription est dans un état de conservation acceptable. Seul le baptistère devrait faire l'objet d'interventions qui ont été planifiées et qui font partie d'un plan global. Un financement régulier est important pour assurer l'entretien à moyen et long terme du bien proposé par inscription. Diapositive suivante. Voici un résumé de l'évaluation de l'Ecomosque concernant la valeur universelle exceptionnelle pour le bien proposé pour inscription. Diapositive suivante. Pour conclure, l'Ecomosque recommande que l'œuvre de l'ingénieur et la biodieste de l'Église d'Atlantida au Uruguay soit inscrite sur la liste de patrimoine mondial sur la base du critère 4. Un certain nombre de recommandations additionnelles ont été proposées dans le projet de décision afin de favoriser la conservation à long terme de biens. Diapositive suivante. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, for this property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection and no specific comments on it, shall we move on to the draft decision? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.30. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.30 adopted. Let me congratulate Uruguay on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Uruguay, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Saludamos desde Montevideo, Uruguay, con enorme alegría y muchísimo orgullo al señor presidente del Comité de Patrimonio Mundial y junto a él al pueblo de China, que es un maravilloso anfitrión en esta sesión especial del Comité de Patrimonio Mundial. Queremos saludar igualmente al equipo de UNESCO, que tanto nos ha apoyado y que siempre nos enseña de la preservación de los bienes patrimoniales del mundo, y también al equipo técnico de Ecomosque. Es una fiesta para nuestro país, es un orgullo muy grande sentir que con un elemento tan simple como la tierra se pueden construir paredes livianas que dejan pasar la luz, que ondulan por el territorio. La obra del ingeniero Dieste es numerosa en nuestro país, está siempre dedicada a elementos de producción industrial, de trabajo. Fue levantada con las manos de muchísimos inmigrantes que se incorporaron a nuestro territorio, que se jacta de su variedad, de sus raíces italianas, sus raíces españolas, sus raíces de inmigración múltiple, y que en los hilos de granos, en las estaciones dedicadas a temas de trabajo industrial y en los templos religiosos, ve en la arquitectura de Dieste una manera posible de estar cerca de la naturaleza, de hacer cosas con materiales que a la vez tienen enorme fortaleza y una liviandad que solo podemos sintetizarlo diciendo que Dieste alcanza a una austeridad grandiosa que a los uruguayos nos llena de orgullo. Es el tercer bien que inscribimos. Primero lo hicimos en el año 1995 con el barrio histórico de la ciudad de Colonia de Sacramento, y luego en 2015 con el paisaje industrial de Fraiventos. Sentimos un enorme compromiso de preservar esos bienes, de hacer un plan de gestión adecuado. Hemos aprendido mucho con estos dos bienes anteriores y pensamos seguir aprendiendo, a preservar, a multiplicar, a abrirle al mundo las puertas de nuestro país para que vengan a visitar estas cosas hermosas hechas por la mano de los hombres que les invitamos a venir a ver. Muchísimas gracias. Y ahora, si nos permiten, nos despedimos porque tenemos que organizar esta alegría en forma de fiesta popular. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. Let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination, Settlement and Artificial Mummification of the Chaquilo culture in the Arica and Parinacota region, Chile. The draft decision concerning this nomination can be found in document WHC/21/44.com/8b.add. Ecomosque, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the Ecomosque evaluation of the settlement and artificial mummification of the Chinchorro culture in the Arica and Parinacota region, Chile. Next slide. The Chinchorro culture, a society of marine hunter-gatherers who lived on the northern coast of the Atacama Desert from approximately 5,450 BCE to 890 BCE, successfully adapted to extreme environmental conditions. Archaeological sites associated with the Chinchorro are recognized for having the oldest known artificially mummified human bodies. The comparative analysis supports consideration of the nominated serial property for the World Heritage List. The archaeological remains bear a unique testimony to the complex spirituality of the Chinchorro culture, and the nominated property meets criterion 3. Furthermore, the archaeological finds suggest that the nominated property has the potential to be considered an outstanding example of the interaction of a marine hunter-gatherer group with one of the world's driest environments, criterion 5. Next slide. The serial property includes three components: the Faldeo Norte del Morro de Arica, just outside the main urban area of the city of Arica, and the Colón 10 Site Museum with in situ burials, which is located within the urban fabric of Arica. These two components are united in one buffer zone. The third component, Desembocadura de Camarones, is located about 100 kilometers south of Arica in a rural environment. Next slide. The different legal protection mechanisms at the property are adequate. Nevertheless, some processes are still pending. The management system and the management are well thought out and complete in terms of subjects covered as well as stakeholder involvement. Next slide. In summary, while the conditions of authenticity have been met, the conditions of integrity of the whole series and of the individual component parts are difficult to assess due to insufficient information concerning the distribution of archaeological sites, finds, and areas of archaeological potential. The boundaries of the Faldeo Norte del Morro de Arica component and the Desembocadura de Camarones component and buffer zone need adjustments. Elements of the legal protection are still pending, including the Nature Sanctuary Declaration, the renewal of the regulatory plan of the city of Arica, and the Cuya Caleta Camarones sectional plan. Furthermore, there are ownership disputes and an illegal settlement in the Desembocadura de Camarones component. The conservation measures and monitoring are not fully satisfactory at this stage. The management system and management plan are adequate, but they are still works in progress and untested. Next slide. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that settlement and artificial mummification of the Chinchorro culture in the Arica and Parinacota region, Chile, be referred back to the state party for the following main reasons. Provide a more complete understanding of how the settlement and adaptation aspects of the Chinchorro culture are expressed, especially in support of Criterion 5. Ensure that the highest available level of legal protection is in place for each of the nominated serial components. Resolve the relocation of the illegal settlement in the Desembocadura de Camarones component. Adjust the boundaries of the components and their buffer zones as needed in order to assure the integrity of the property after carefully reviewing the extent, distribution, and interrelationships of the archaeological evidence, as well as the new and existing legal protections. Finalize, approve, and make operational the management plan and management system. Ecomosque has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Brazil, please.
Es una gran satisfacción, señor presidente, para Brasil poder presentar al comité con la coautoría de Guatemala una propuesta de enmienda para la inscripción de este sitio extraordinario en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial. Esos asentamientos de la cultura chinchorro nos dan testimonio de una sociedad que se originó en las regiones de Arica y Parinacota hace más de 7 milenios, alrededor de 5.450 años antes de Cristo. Sus rastros han llegado hasta nuestros tiempos gracias al desarrollo de complejas prácticas de momificación que constituyen la evidencia arqueológica conocida más antigua de la momificación artificial de cuerpos en todo el mundo. La candidatura presentada por Chile fue el producto de un trabajo de investigación admirable realizado por la Universidad de Tarapacá por casi 2 décadas, que han generado gran interés en la comunidad local, nacional e internacional. En su evaluación de la candidatura, el órgano evaluador atestó el valor excepcional universal del sitio por el criterio 3, pues el bien nos proporciona una visión única hacia la compleja espiritualidad de una cultura desaparecida que existió por 4 milenios. Ecomosque reconoció además el fuerte potencial de la propiedad para el criterio 5, como evidencia de la interacción de una sociedad de cazadores-recolectores marinos con uno de los ambientes más áridos y hostiles del mundo. El órgano evaluador también consideró que las condiciones de autenticidad de toda la serie que han sido presentadas, así como los componentes individuales, es satisfactorio. Con respecto a la integridad del bien, Ecomosque ha demandado informaciones adicionales al Estado parte, pero también indicó que algunos ajustes de límites en uno de los componentes del sitio fortalecería las condiciones de integridad del sitio. Las informaciones solicitadas fueron presentadas y los ajustes de límites fueron aceptados e incorporados al sitio, excepto por una pequeña área que no contiene hallazgos arqueológicos. Con respecto a los requisitos de protección y manejo, el órgano evaluador reconoció que todos los elementos centrales están en su lugar, pero pidió algunas aclaraciones adicionales. El Estado parte explicó que el bien recibe el máximo nivel de protección jurídica existente en la legislación chilena como un monumento arqueológico bajo la Ley de Monumentos Nacionales y una agencia específica, la Corporación Chinchorro Marca, ha sido creada para administrar la gestión del bien y su plan de manejo ha sido ya entregado el último 11 de junio al Consejo de Monumentos Nacionales. Cumplido las exigencias del órgano evaluador, el referral no es más necesario. Por esa razón, Brasil recomienda al comité la inscripción de este bien, que también enorgullece a Chile y a todos nosotros en nuestra región en la lista del patrimonio mundial. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos la evaluación realizada por Ecomosque y felicitamos al Estado parte por la preparación del expediente de nominación. Como ya ha indicado el excelente delegado de Brasil, la investigación científica realizada permite conocer los vestigios culturales que demuestran un prolongado desarrollo de la sociedad chinchorro, desde cazadores-recolectores que vivieron en el desierto de Atacama durante 4 milenios. Se ha podido reconocer una gran capacidad de adaptación en condiciones ambientales extremas mediante la explotación de los recursos marinos. Los sitios arqueológicos incluyen los cuerpos humanos momificados artificialmente más antiguos que se conocen hasta la fecha, lo que en sí mismo demuestra ya un valor excepcional. Los 3 componentes contienen evidencia natural y cultural de los lugares a lo largo de la costa del desierto de Atacama, donde vivió y prosperó el pueblo chinchorro. La evaluación de Ecomosque nos indica que la conservación es altamente viable, que el sitio nominado es un testimonio único de la compleja espiritualidad de la cultura chinchorro, expresada a través de los cementerios en los que se encuentran los cuerpos momificados. Después de evaluar el expediente, coincidimos con Ecomosque al reconocer que se justifica el criterio 3 y se encuentra un gran potencial para justificar el criterio 5, por lo que patrocinamos la enmienda del proyecto de decisión para que se pueda proceder a la inscripción del sitio en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial. Con este expediente es un paso adelante para equilibrar la lista, convertirla en un proceso representativo a nivel regional, y para Latinoamérica es una alegría que un sitio más pueda ser inscrito en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial. Finalmente, estamos seguros que el Estado parte sabrá implementar las recomendaciones incluidas en el proyecto de decisión, como ya lo ha demostrado hasta la fecha. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Lo cierto es que la exposición tan clara y sencilla a la que nos tiene acostumbrados el ilustre delegado de Brasil no precisa de muchos añadidos más ni de ninguna enmienda. Nosotros queremos sumarnos a esta exposición manifestando nuestro apoyo a la propuesta de Guatemala y Brasil de enmienda del texto. Ha quedado claro, y lo dice Ecomosque, el criterio de autenticidad y el criterio 3. Efectivamente se reconoce la potencialidad del 5 y hemos conocido muy bien cuál es la situación del plan de gestión, que como bien se ha dicho, está ya presentado en el Consejo correspondiente, porque a veces las legislaciones de los países no se ajustan en tiempos a las exigencias que se plantean desde el órgano evaluador o desde el Centro de Patrimonio, pero sabiendo que todo eso está resuelto y conociendo la capacidad de gestión que tiene el Estado de Chile, nosotros no tenemos ninguna duda en apoyar esta enmienda de Brasil y Guatemala. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Chile for the nomination of this site for the inscription on the World Heritage List, as well as Ecomosque for the assessment they provided. The site that we are considering fulfills, from our point of view, the required criteria for the inscription in this session, specifically criteria 3 and 5. The culture remains in the site stands as a testimony to the belief system and ideas about the afterlife of this civilization. the archaeological sites associated with the property are famous for having the oldest known artificially mummified human bodies. And of course, Mr. Chair, you could imagine the importance that I, as Egyptian, could attach eventually to mummified human bodies. Furthermore, the legal protection of the nominated serial property, as it had been presented by the state party, is adequate at both the national and the local level. Thus, Mr. Chair, we would strongly support the inscription of this site in the current session, and we fully align ourselves with the amendments presented by Brazil. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can see that the archaeological sites related to the Chinchorro culture are known in the history for the oldest artificially mummified human remains, which make them exceptional, not only in the world, but also in the World Heritage List. These are the oldest mummies ever found anywhere in the world. Their natural preservation and mummification technique is also unique and the oldest in the world. The discovery of the mummies is unrepeatable for humanity, and so the OUV of the Chinchorro mummies is unquestionable. As recommended by Ecomosque, the archaeologists applied scientific research methods to explore, conserve, and further study mummies and preserve them for the future generations. Concerning the management plan and the management system is being developed in accordance with the World Heritage Convention. The issues implemented in line with Ecomosque recommendations submitted in the document prepared by the Ministry of Cultures, Arts and Heritage and the Chinchorro Market Corporation, and as well as the University of Tarapacá are considered satisfactory. To conclude, Hungary supports the amendment and the inscription of the site. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. China, please.
谢谢主席。中方感谢缔约国对该项目作出的提名，赞赏缔约国开展的遗产保护工作。中方感谢 Ecomosque 所做的评估报告。中方认为，该遗产项目是海洋狩猎采集群体与环境互动的杰出案例。根据咨询机构提供的专业评估意见，该项目符合标准3，满足原真性要求，且项目保护管理的核心要素均已到位。中方赞同前面几位委员国代表的发言，同意将该项目列入世界遗产名录。中方希望缔约国在项目加入名录后，进一步加强与咨询机构的合作，进一步完善监测系统，保护好这项独特的遗产。谢谢。
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The archaeological sites associated with the Chinchorro culture are best known for having the oldest known artificially mummified human bodies dating around 4,000 years. The last evaluation report by the advisory body underlines that this property constitutes an exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition and a civilization. Mr. Chairperson, this nomination is a result of a collective research work that has been undertaken over the last 2 decades. It revealed that the Chinchorro culture had developed a complex relationship between people, both living and dead, and the environment. Their artificially mummified bodies are unique because of their complexity, age, and aesthetics. With regard to the protection and the management, we have learned that necessary measures and regulations have been put in place to provide maximum legal protection to the property. Furthermore, the Chinchorro Market Corporation has been established as a mechanism to handle the management of the archaeological sites and the management plan drafted. Therefore, Thailand considers that with its outstanding values, the site of the settlement and artificial mummification of Chinchorro culture in the Aria and Parinacota region of Chile deserves to be inscribed on the World Heritage List. For this reason, Thailand supports the amendment proposed by Brazil and Guatemala. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you for your comment. Ethiopia, please. Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving chance Ethiopia. And I would like to appreciate Chile for presenting such archaeological sites based on scientific research. And would like to extend our support based on the amendments made by Brazil and Guatemala. Thank you so much, without taking my time.
Thank you for your comment. Russia, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. He tomado la palabra para sumarme a los oradores, miembros del comité que apoyaron la enmienda presentada por Brasil y Guatemala. La nominación chilena sobre la cultura de chinchorro nos parece un proyecto muy interesante que amplía nuestro conocimiento de las culturas precolombinas como parte de la cultura universal. Y da las razones a la inclusión en la lista del patrimonio mundial según los criterios 3, pero también el criterio 5, como si fueran escritos especialmente para este sitio. Pensamos que la inscripción podría alentar al Estado parte para cumplir con las recomendaciones pertinentes del Ecomosque, máxime cuando, según la información que nos ha dado el embajador de Brasil, algunas de estas medidas ya han sido cumplidas. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Listening to the author of this draft amended decision and the other intervention, Oman would like to support this amendment to inscribe this site. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Go ahead.
I will be very brief in the interest of time. We believe that the site meets criteria 3 and 5, as mentioned by previous speakers, but it will also enrich the diversity of the list. And we commend the efforts of the government of Chile for their preservation and protection of the site. And we support the amendment proposed by Guatemala and Brazil. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. The suggested nomination is of great interest, no doubt about that. Without going further into the proposed nomination, taking into the consideration all well spoken about the property, we would like to say that Norway supports primarily the draft decision, giving the state party the possibility to fulfill the complete nomination, in particular to adjust the scope considering criteria 5, and welcomes back a revised nomination, saying that we will not oppose the majority in the committee. We would like to ask Icomos for their comments to the draft decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for your comment. First, I will give the floor to the State Party Chile to answer the questions posed by the committee members. You have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes, señor presidente. Como es primera vez que Chile interviene, quisiera comenzar felicitando a China por la organización de la 44COM en estas circunstancias excepcionales, destacar la excelente manera en que ha realizado la presidencia y manifestar nuestro sentimiento de solidaridad con las inundaciones que han ocurrido en la zona central del país y su impacto en la población. El bien a nominar asentamiento de momificación artificial de la cultura chinchorro presenta una sociedad de cazadores-recolectores marinos que residieron en la área costa norte del desierto de Atacama, en el extremo norte de Chile, desde aproximadamente 7.400 años desde la actualidad hasta 2.840. Es una nominación en serie que consta de 3 componentes, como ya se ha mencionado. Los 2 primeros situados en zona urbana, comuna de Arica, y el último en la comuna de Camarones, una zona rural. Estos 3 componentes incluyen la evidencia arqueológica conocida más antigua del mundo de momificación artificial de cuerpos. En los cementerios chinchorro hay cuerpos momificados debido al medio ambiente y a la momificación humana artificial. Esto último es notable debido a la antigüedad y la técnica, pues los chinchorros fueron innovadores en cuanto a la momificación artificial. El expediente de nominación es fruto del trabajo de investigación realizado por la Universidad de Tarapacá de Arica por casi 2 décadas, que ha contado con el interés de la comunidad internacional, nacional y local. El informe de Ecomosque considera que el bien nominado tiene el potencial de ser considerado un ejemplo sobresaliente de la interacción de un grupo de cazadores-recolectores marinos con uno de los ambientes más secos del mundo, dando testimonio único de la compleja espiritualidad de la cultura chinchorro, expresada a través de los cementerios en los que se encuentran cuerpos modificados natural y artificialmente. Así, Chinchorro cumple con el criterio 3 de la Convención. Con la documentación adicional enviada recientemente a Ecomosque y al Centro de Patrimonio Mundial, Chile fortalece la estimación del órgano asesor en cuanto al cumplimiento del criterio 5. Ecomosque considera igualmente que la condición de autenticidad de toda la serie y de los componentes individuales es satisfactoria. Los bienes postulados son propiedad del Estado de Chile y ya cuentan con la máxima protección patrimonial que otorga el país, en tanto monumento arqueológico reconocido por el simple Ministerio de la Ley. Para efectos de la nominación, a esa protección existente se suma, bajo el mismo marco normativo, la de monumento histórico y santuario de la naturaleza. Por lo anterior, estos sitios quedan definidos como áreas protegidas para efectos de la Ley de Medio Ambiente chilena y cuentan con todo el procedimiento de evaluación de impacto ambiental asociado. Este es el mismo marco jurídico que Chile aplica a los otros 6 bienes inscritos en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial. La Corporación Chinchorro Marca fue creada para administrar la gestión de los asentamientos arqueológicos que forman parte de los 3 componentes a nominar, fundada en 2019 por la Universidad de Tarapacá, Municipalidad de Camarones y Municipalidad de Arica. Esta corporación ha redactado el plan de manejo del bien a nominar y ha implementado otras iniciativas para su administración y resguardo. Gracias a ese trabajo, con fecha 11 de junio del 2021, se entregó para su aprobación al Consejo de Monumentos Nacionales el plan de manejo. Chile considera que gracias a las herramientas que entrega la Convención sobre la protección del patrimonio mundial, cultural y natural, se consolidan y robustecen las medidas ya implementadas en beneficio de los sitios nominados y de las comunidades locales. Por lo anterior, queremos agradecer el trabajo y las recomendaciones del órgano asesor, las que hemos acogido para ampliar los polígonos de protección y robustecer el instrumento de planificación municipal de la comuna de Arica. En línea con lo allí señalado, el ente local se ha comprometido a presentar dentro de dicho instrumento una normativa que establezca procedimientos preventivos en el caso de hallazgo arqueológico, protección y conservación complementaria a la ya otorgada por la Ley de Monumentos Nacionales de Chile. Lo recién señalado, así como los compromisos descritos, se encuentran en el informe distribuido a los estados partes, a Icomos y al secretariado del comité el 1 de julio. Sobre la base de esta información, Chile espera que el comité tenga bien modificar la propuesta de resolución sobre el sitio Chinchorro, disponiendo su inclusión en la lista del patrimonio mundial. Asimismo, Chile asume el compromiso de implementar el plan de manejo conforme a las indicaciones del órgano asesor y en diálogo permanente con el Comité de Patrimonio Mundial. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you. First, thank you for your solidarity towards the Chinese people in the flood-stricken area. Thank you for your response. Now I give the floor to Ecomosque.
Thank you, Chair. We welcome the additional information provided by the State Party in relation to Ecomosque's recommendations as a means of strengthening the integrity of the property. In particular, the extension of the boundaries of 2 component sites and the buffer zone. But we do need further clarification of these measures, such as updated maps, in order to confirm these changes. We also consider that clarification is needed on the changes to Law 17288 that has been made, and details of the newly approved regulatory plan of the city of Arica, as well as further information on the agreement and timetable for the removal of illegal settlements in the Desembocadura de Camarones component, so that these are moved outside the buffer zone. We hope the committee would support the inclusion of these 4 points in the decision. And with your permission, Chair, Ecomosque would like to suggest additions to the recommendations on these matters when we reach the draft decision discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more questions and comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44 8B.48. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments and the draft decision that she has received. Ms. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment submitted by Brazil and Guatemala as shown on the screen. There are no changes proposed for paragraph 1, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, committee members will adopt the text paragraph by paragraph. So paragraph 1, approved. Go on.
Paragraph 2 inscribes the settlement and artificial mummification of the Chinchorro culture in the Arica and Parinacota region, Chile, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 5.
Approve? Yes, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 3 takes note of the provisional statement of outstanding universal value. Takes note of the following provisional statement.
Yeah. Approve? Yes, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 4 lists the recommendations A until I, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
This is as in the original draft decision recommendations, original paragraph 4, I believe. Could you show the...
Yeah, agree? Ecomosque, please.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned earlier, Ecomosque would like to make recommendations to add 4 small points to this section, and I will read them if I may. Number 1, submit the newly approved regulatory plan of the city of Arica. Number 2, provide updated information on the changes to the current cultural heritage legislation, brackets law number 17288 of national monuments, end of brackets, and the time frame for its adoption. 3, provide updated information on the agreement and timetable to relocate the illegal settlement in the Desembocadura de Camarones component part outside the buffer zone. 4, provide updated maps in an appropriate scale and topographic maps showing the revised boundaries of the Desembocadura de Camarones component parts property and of the buffer zone. And finally, provide updated information on the implementation of the management plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Give some time to Ms. Rapporteur to table the revision.
Mr. Chair, this is way too fast for us to take note, and I can see that it's not exactly the same as in the original draft decision paragraph 2. So if I may ask very slowly dictating, and so that our typists could take note.
Yes, please.
If the committee members are also in agreement, of course.
Yeah, Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. According to our understanding, this is the original item and paragraph. So I don't know why we want to insert now amendment, which is not changed. It is not proposed for change from the author of the request of Brazil. So now I don't know why you want to add now. This is the original. This is my question.
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify.
Yes.
So we have in the original paragraph 2 certain recommendations for the state party to implement and additional recommendations in paragraph 3 of the original draft decision. So paragraph 3 is exactly as it is in here, but what Icomos is adding is reverted from the original paragraph 2, which were not included in the recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Omar, is it clear to you?
I would like Brazil to comment on that. They are raising their hand because.
Okay, Brazil, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these inclusions that are proposed by Ecomosque were deleted in paragraph 2. So they are now revived as those Phoenix. I would like to request my colleague from Chile to comment on these 3 new additions that Ecomosque are trying to bring back from paragraph 2 to paragraph 4. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Chile, please. You can take the floor. To be very brief, yeah.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros vemos que lo que está solicitando Ecomosque, a quienes reitero el agradecimiento por todo el apoyo y su informe que ha realizado, es información que nosotros podemos incorporar, que podemos desarrollar. La ley de patrimonio cultural en Chile está siendo discutida en el Parlamento, trae innovaciones importantes para el patrimonio nacional, en estricta atención a las recomendaciones también de la propia convención, por lo tanto no hay ningún problema con informar de eso al comité. El trabajo de movimiento del asentamiento informal en el sector Chinchorro también tiene un proyecto de poder moverlo fuera del área de amortiguamiento, que estamos trabajando con el Ministerio de Vivienda y Urbanismo. Desde luego que podemos informar ese tema también al comité. Los mapas actualizados, toda vez que Chile ha acogido la modificación de límites, es una información adicional que vamos a remitir, obviamente, también al comité y al órgano asesor. Y toda la información actualizada del plan de manejo en su ciclo de implementación, desde luego que, siendo parte del curso que estamos llevando adelante, estaremos encantados de compartirla también y enviarla al comité y al órgano asesor. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. Brazil, it's okay with you?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Guatemala, please. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Habiendo escuchado las dos intervenciones del Estado parte, considero y concuerdo con nuestro delegado de Brasil en cuanto a no incluir lo que ya estaba en la decisión. El Estado se ha comprometido y además en el siguiente punto, en el punto 5, estamos solicitando un informe que sea remitido y en la fecha precisa. Comentario que hemos escuchado que el Estado parte se compromete y está totalmente dispuesto a hacerlo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Ecomosque, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ecomosque would just like to clarify that we are actually not reinstating the original text from paragraph 2. We are proposing text which reflects the additional information that has been produced by the state party. So we are really asking for clarification and updated information to be submitted to confirm the developments and changes that have been put forward by the state party. I would just like to clarify that and can read in more detail what we are proposing if you wish.
Yes, please.
Okay, I will read slowly. Point 1, submit the newly approved regulatory plan of the city of Arica. Next, provide updated information on the changes to the current cultural heritage legislation, brackets, law number 17,288 of national monuments, end of brackets, and a time frame for its adoption.
To be slowly, yeah.
Point 3, provide updated information.
Just a second, I apologize. We are still in point 2.
Okay, I will reiterate point 2, provide updated information on the changes to the current cultural heritage legislation, brackets, law number 17,288 of national monuments, end of brackets, and a time frame for its adoption. Is that okay? The next point, provide updated information on the agreement and timetable to relocate the illegal settlement in the Desembocadura de Camarones component part outside the buffer zone. Next point, provide updated maps, comma, to an appropriate scale and topographic detail, comma, showing the revised boundaries of the Desembocadura de Camarones component part and of the buffer zone. And the final point is provide updated information on the implementation of the management plan. Thank you.
Ms. Rapporteur, it's okay now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our team is still trying to finalize so that we can discuss on the final wording once it is complete, Mr. Chair. Just 2 more minutes.
Noe, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we have heard, it seems there is no problem for the State Party of Chile to include these additional points from the original decision. So Norway supports including these points. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As said by Guatemala, I think if we need to insert what just been dictated by Ecomosque, I think we need to put them in paragraph 5 during the reporting. I don't see any reason why we are inserting this in paragraph 4, since we deleted them from paragraph 2. Thank you.
Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, presidente. Perdón por tomar la palabra nuevamente, solamente para solicitarle que permítale la palabra al Estado parte para comentar sobre estas últimas sugerencias de Ecomosque y apoyado por Noruega. Muchas gracias.
Okay, so I give the floor to the state party to clarify these points. Okay, Chile, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Como mencionábamos antes, son puntos en pleno desarrollo. Nosotros podemos informar y enviar esa documentación adicional a Ecomosque, tal cual lo ha solicitado. Habría que fijar claramente cuál es el plazo y la forma en hacerlo, pero Chile no tiene ningún problema, al contrario, son materias que están en pleno desarrollo y estaremos encantados de compartirlo. Si es que eso es, como está proponiendo Brasil y Guatemala, en diciembre del 2022 con este informe, estaremos encantados de hacerlo y hay tiempo suficiente para hacerlo de muy buena forma. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. So is it okay for you, Guatemala? If for other parties, any objection? No objection. So approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 5 requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022 a report on the above mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session.
Agree? Okay, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.48 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate Chile on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Chile, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you. Chile, yeah.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En nombre de Chile quisiera agradecer al Comité de Patrimonio Mundial, muy especialmente a Brasil y Guatemala, junto a los demás estados parte que han apoyado la inscripción del bien, asentamientos y momificación artificial de la cultura chinchorro en la región de Arica y Parinacota, a la lista del Patrimonio Mundial. Igualmente agradecemos a Ecomosque y a la Secretaría por su gran trabajo, apoyo y las recomendaciones generadas en el proceso de evaluación. Esta decisión, que inscribe el 7º sitio chileno en la lista, es un hito que recibimos con alegría y responsabilidad. Se trata del resultado de los esfuerzos mancomunados de diversos actores para la protección y puesta en valor de este testimonio único de la ya desaparecida cultura chinchorro, la cual expresó la trascendencia ante la muerte mediante la práctica de momificación artificial más antigua de la humanidad. Por su naturaleza específica y excepcional, es una tipología que viene a enriquecer la lista del Patrimonio Mundial. La cultura chinchorro se desarrolló hace más de 7.000 años por cazadores-recolectores marinos que se asentaron en la costa del desierto de Atacama, el más árido del mundo y cuyas frágiles evidencias se han preservado gracias a las excepcionales condiciones climáticas del norte de Chile. Esta nominación, que viene a confirmar el compromiso permanente de Chile con la Convención del Patrimonio Mundial, acumula 20 años de trabajo y tiene su inicio formal el año 98, cuando este valioso patrimonio fue incluido en la lista tentativa del Patrimonio Mundial. La Universidad de Tarapacá, en conjunto con el Estado, realizó las investigaciones para la elaboración del expediente de postulación, junto con el Ministerio de las Culturas, las Artes y el Patrimonio como punto focal, el gobierno regional y distintas instituciones locales y nacionales. Estos bienes patrimoniales cuentan con el máximo estatuto de protección en Chile, son propiedad del Estado y están protegidos por el simple Ministerio de la Ley. Junto a la protección legal, Chile ha avanzado en otros pasos fundamentales para su conocimiento y gestión efectiva. Se ha creado la figura de administración junto a la Universidad de Tarapacá y los municipios de Arica y Camarones. Se ha definido el plan de manejo y se ha incorporado el componente arqueológico en las disposiciones del nuevo instrumento de planificación territorial de la ciudad de Arica, entre otras acciones. Esta nominación, que reconoce el valor universal excepcional de los asentamientos y las sofisticadas prácticas de modificación de la cultura chinchorro, representa a la vez un aliciente para seguir trabajando junto a la comunidad local en los desafíos futuros de este patrimonio compartido. Agradecemos nuevamente a China, al Comité, al Centro de Patrimonio Mundial y a los órganos asesores, cuyas recomendaciones hacemos propias, reiterando nuestro compromiso como Estado parte con la preservación de este sitio excepcional para toda la humanidad. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. Dear committee members, let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the significant boundary modification to the earliest 16th century monasteries on the slopes of Popocatépetl World Heritage Property to include Franciscan ensemble of monasteries and the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Assumption of Tlaxcala, Mexico. The draft decision concerning this nomination can be found in document WHC/21/44.com/8B.add. But before I give the floor to Ikemost, Mr. Balsamo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this extension. And this notification also includes some parts that have some impact on the text of the statement of OUV. We therefore already included this correction in the text which is on our screen. And the notification is to be found on page 97 of document INFAID before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. Ecomosque, please, you have the floor.
Voilà la présentation de l'évaluation de l'Ecomosque qui porte sur l'ensemble franciscain Notre-Dame de l'Assomption de Tlaxcala en tant qu'extension des premiers monastères du XVIe siècle sur les versants du Popocatépetl au Mexique. Concernant cette évaluation, l'Ecomosque a reçu une lettre d'erreur factuelle et a reconnu certaines de ses erreurs. Diapositive suivante. L'ensemble franciscain du monastère et de la cathédrale Notre-Dame de l'Assomption de Tlaxcala fait partie du premier programme de construction lancé pour l'évangélisation et la colonisation des territoires du nord du Mexique. C'est l'un des 3 monastères encore existants qui témoignent de cette période. Les 2 autres sont inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Tout en se conformant au modèle architectural général, l'extension proposée présente des caractéristiques uniques que l'on ne rencontre pas dans les autres monastères, notamment les atriums sur différents niveaux, une tour isolée et un plafond mudéjar en bois. L'extension proposée contribue à renforcer la manière dont les critères 2 et 4 transmettent la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien inscrit. Diapositive suivante. Au cours de l'évaluation, des échanges entre l'Ecomosque et l'État partie ont abouti à des ajustements mineurs des limites. Cependant, des ajustements complémentaires sont nécessaires afin d'intégrer des zones autrefois occupées par l'atrium inférieur et le verger. Les conditions d'authenticité et d'intégrité sont remplies, mais elles sont vulnérables en raison des questions liées aux délimitations et à la protection de l'environnement du bien contre les effets négatifs potentiels du développement. Diapositive suivante. Un système électrique obsolète présente des risques d'incendie considérables, en particulier compte tenu de l'importance du plafond en bois. L'État partie a commencé à mettre en œuvre des mesures pour traiter ces risques. Le système de gestion de l'ensemble franciscain pourrait être amélioré pour renforcer les dispositions de gouvernance et les règlements d'urbanisme afin de protéger les points de vue depuis et sur le monastère. Un cadre de gestion général pour l'ensemble du bien inscrit, y compris l'extension proposée, devrait être développé. Diapositive suivante. Voici un résumé de l'évaluation de l'Ecomosque sur la façon dont l'extension proposée renforce la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien inscrit. Diapositive suivante. En conclusion, l'Ecomosque recommande que l'extension des premiers monastères du XVIe siècle sur les versants du Popocatépetl pour inclure l'ensemble franciscain du monastère et de la cathédrale Notre-Dame de l'Assomption de Tlaxcala au Mexique soit approuvée sur la base des critères 2 et 4. Un certain nombre de recommandations ont été introduites dans le projet de décision afin de renforcer la conservation du bien sur le long terme. Diapositive suivante. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, for this property recommended for inscription, and which is also an extension of a World Heritage Site, if there's no objection, I'd like to kindly suggest that we also move to look at the draft decision. Can we agree on this? Okay, I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.49. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Mr. Rapporteur.
We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see now. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.49 adopted. Let me congratulate Mexico on behalf of the entire committee for the extension of this property. Mexico, now you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Ya abre tu video.
Gracias, señor presidente. Aprovecho esta oportunidad para felicitar a la República Popular de China por la organización de esta reunión y a usted personalmente por su valiosa conducción. Reciba asimismo nuestra solidaridad genuina con China por las afectaciones de las inundaciones. México agradece el invaluable apoyo de los distinguidos miembros del comité aquí reunidos, además del acompañamiento del Centro del Patrimonio Mundial y del Ecomosque, expertos y evaluador, para la inscripción de este extraordinario conjunto conventual como extensión de los primeros monasterios del siglo XVI en las laderas del volcán Popocatépetl. Esto fue posible con el trabajo comprometido de todas las personas involucradas a lo largo de este proceso: el gobierno del Estado, el municipio de Tlaxcala, el Instituto de Antropología e Historia, la Secretaría de Cultura. Para hablar sobre el significado de esta inscripción, doy la palabra a Luz de Lourdes Herbert, del Instituto de Antropología e Historia.
Your microphone. Yes, okay.
Gracias, señor embajador. Concluyen 17 años de afanes compartidos para lograr este acto de justicia por el recinto monumental que fue puerta inicial de la empresa evangelizadora en el Nuevo Mundo. El conjunto conventual fue el primer monasterio edificado en el Valle de Tlaxcala, Puebla, y fungió como ensayo espiritual, político, arquitectónico y estético de la orden franciscana. Estamos ante la presencia de un arte singular como resultado de la respuesta de un pueblo originario frente a nuevas formas del hacer, articulando sabiamente estilos e iconografías de lo prehispánico y del arte europeo. Distinguidos miembros del comité, los primeros monasterios del siglo XVI en México resignificaron los espacios y fueron eje de la vida de las nacientes poblaciones. Con su decisión para incluirlo, se está reconociendo el propio quehacer indígena en diálogo con el pensamiento europeo, que sobreviven hasta nuestros días a través de estos invaluables monumentos y por consiguiente el espíritu del lugar, de un lugar excepcional. México, con sus autoridades y la sociedad de Tlaxcala, se han comprometido a diseñar e instrumentar novedosos procesos integrales de conservación, restauración del bien en serie, para su permanencia y disfrute de todas las naciones. Es un gran reto y un placer que asumimos como país. Nuevamente, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for your support and solidarity towards the Chinese people in the flood-stricken area. Once again, congratulations to you. Dear colleagues, as we are very good at time management, today we can continue with the nomination initially foreseen for tomorrow. If, with your permission, I will continue. Okay, I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination Frontiers of Roman Empire, the Lower German lands, Germany and the Netherlands. But before I give the floor to Ecomosque, Mr. Balsamo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We received a fatal error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, and this notification has actually some impact on the text of the decision, which is already included in our screen, and the notification is on page 94 of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you. Ecomosque, please, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the Ecomosque evaluation of the frontiers of the Roman Empire, the Lower German Limits, Netherlands and Germany. On this evaluation, Ecomosque has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. Next slide, please. At its greatest extent, the Roman Empire stretched 7,500 kilometers across Europe to Northern Africa. Several sections have been inscribed in the World Heritage List. The Lower German Limits was the earliest linear defense of the Roman Empire and provided a permeable frontier from the 1st to the 5th centuries. Almost all attributes are located entirely underground. The comparative analysis is based on the 2017 thematic study for the frontiers of the Roman Empire. This segment is distinctive because of its long use and dynamic lowland river environment, leaving well-preserved organic materials and structural remains associated with numerous military and civilian functions. The property demonstrates criteria 2, 3, and 4. Next slide, please. The property extends approximately 400 kilometers across the former alignment of the lower Rhine River. There are 106 components in 44 clusters, located within both urban and rural areas. The authenticity of the nominated components is generally very high. The integrity of the series is satisfactory, although minor revisions to some boundaries and buffer zones have been agreed in principle with the state's parties in order to reduce their vulnerability. Next slide, please. Legal protection is in place for all components, although some designations are in progress, due for completion in 2021. The Frontiers of the Roman Empire World Heritage Cluster provides international cooperation across inscribed and other segments. Coordinated management for this nomination is provided by a joint Dutch-German management group, overseen by an intergovernmental committee. The management plan establishes a common framework, and individual management plans are being developed. Recommendations have been provided by Ecomosque for the establishment of common heritage impact assessment processes and guidance on reconstructions and visualization. Next slide, please. Here is a summary of the Ecomosque evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide, please. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that frontiers of the Roman Empire, the lower German limits, Netherlands and Germany, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2, 3, and 4, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as it is a property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection, I'd like to kindly suggest that we go directly to examine the draft decision. Can we agree on such a proposal? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.40. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision neither. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see now. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.40 adopted. Let me congratulate Germany and the Netherlands on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. The representative of the two state parties, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Netherlands, I'd like to thank the World Heritage Committee for inscribing the Lower German limes on the World Heritage List. Also, we thank Ecomosque for the evaluation of this nomination and especially co-organizing the 2-week technical mission in difficult circumstances. We're very happy with the inscription of the Lower German limes because for this nomination, we've been working together with a very large international network. Working together, not only with the people from the Lower German Limes, but with archaeologists and others all around the Mediterranean on the larger project of the frontiers of the Roman Empire. An ambitious project in the spirit of the convention, bringing together people from all around the Mediterranean, from Scotland till Morocco. We're proud to be part of that important project. We will now show you messages by video from the Vice Governor of the province of South Holland and our German partners in the states of North Rhine-Westphalia and Rhineland-Palatinate, with whom we celebrate this inscription. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Standing between the historical collection of the National Museum of Antiquities in Leiden, I thank UNESCO for granting the Lower Germanic Limes in the Netherlands and Germany the status of UNESCO World Heritage. My name is Willy de Zoete, Regional Minister in the province of Southern Holland, Chair of the Joint Limes Committee. We are very proud that our application brought local and regional communities together in an international effort to preserve the history of the frontiers of the Roman Empire for future generations.
Thank you for including us in the UNESCO World Heritage family. We are proud and grateful. I also want to thank the incredible team and all our partners who made this possible. Together, we will protect and develop the Lower German Limes the way an international heritage deserves. This former border will bring us closer together in the future. Thank you.
The Roman heritage holds particular significance for Rhineland-Palatinate. Therefore, we would like to thank UNESCO for recognizing the Lower German Limes as World Heritage. We would also like to thank our partners for their excellent cooperation. Together, we are committed to caring for this important heritage of humankind.
My sincere thanks go to the World Heritage Committee for the decision to inscribe the Lower German Limes on the World Heritage List. This is an honor for the 19 municipalities in the Rhineland and a reward for the great commitment for our LVR State Service for Archaeological Heritage. Thank you.
The preservation of our cultural heritage is important to us as a city community. We have set up an education plan in order to preserve and to keep our knowledge about this heritage alive. Your decision is reassuring to us on this path. We are grateful and proud, and I would like to thank you dearly.
I'm very grateful to all those involved in working towards the inscription of the Lower German Limes. And I look forward to promote protection and public awareness of this transnational serial world heritage together with our partners along the frontiers of the Roman Empire.
Thank you. Once again, congratulations. Now let's proceed then. I now invite Ecomosque to present the nomination Shum Sites of Speyer, Worms, and Maize, Germany. But before I give the floor to Ecomosque, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. We received two factual errors notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, which are to be found on page 88 and 91 of the document in faith before. Thank you.
Thank you. Ecomosque, please, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the Ecommerce evaluation of the Shum Sites in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, Germany. Next slide. Located in the former imperial cathedral cities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, in the Upper Rhine Valley, the Shum Sites have been nominated for they bear exceptional witness to Jewish community life in the diaspora and to the formation of the fundamentals of Ashkenazic Judaism in the High Middle Ages, with a long-lasting impact on Ashkenazim until today. The expanded comparative analysis has demonstrated the outstanding significance of the nominated series as testimony to the emergence of the Ashkenazi cultural tradition and the interchange with the hosting culture, resulting in prototypical architectural forms. All proposed criteria have been justified, although not all proposed arguments have been retained. Next slide. The Shum Sites is a serial property comprising 4 component parts: the Speyer Jury Court, the Worms synagogue compound, both including rare and almost intact medieval mikvot, and 2 ancient cemeteries in Worms and Mainz. Despite the losses suffered by the monuments of the nominated series and taking account of the theme of the nomination, the condition of integrity and authenticity have been met. Some recommendations intend to sustain understanding and interpretation of the historic development of the nominated series. The boundaries of the buffer zones are acceptable, but developments outside some of them need to be monitored carefully. Next slide. The legal protection is guaranteed by a combination of federal and state legal mechanisms, as well as by binding local provisions, which are being revised and cover also the buffer zones. The management system appears adequate, but an overall strategy for the interpretation of the nominated series as a whole is key for the understanding of the outstanding universal value. Conservation is overall adequate, but all sections of the cemeteries need to receive in the same level of care. Next slide. Here is a summary of the Ecomosque evaluation for the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, Ecomosque recommends that the Shum Sites in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, Germany, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2, 3, and 6, and has identified a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecomosque, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as what we do for the previous properties with recommendation for inscription, can we go directly to examine the draft decision? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.39. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.39 adopted. Let me congratulate Germany on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Germany, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the World Heritage Committee, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to speak to you and express my sincere thanks on behalf of the state of Rhineland-Palatinate for inscribing the Shum Sites of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz on the World Heritage List. I would also like to thank Ecomosque for the positive recommendation and the professional and constructive evaluation. This is an exceptional hour of honor for us, and we are overwhelmed by the decision. It is a very special moment for everyone who was committed to the protection and preservation of the property, communicating its importance, and drafting the nomination documents over the past few years. The inscription of the Shum Sites of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz on the World Heritage List is an acknowledgement of the cultural achievements and creative powers of European Jews during the formation of Ashkenazic Judaism, which is still alive and thriving today. Not only have the Shum Sites been part of the cultural heritage of the cities Speyer, Worms, and Mainz for more than 1,000 years, the architectural designs and structures of the religious monuments and cemeteries were trend-setting throughout Ashkenaz. Be sure we are fully aware of our responsibility to preserving this unique heritage. Now we look forward to continuing our work, accepting the challenges, sustainable preservation, and presenting this heritage to the world. Everyone involved is committed to protecting our World Heritage Site and preserving it as a part of the heritage of the world, to pass on to future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for recognizing the Shum Sites of Mainz, Speyer, and Worms as World Heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once again, congratulations. Dear colleagues, with a heavy agenda, we are approaching the end of today's meeting. Considering that there will be the working group on budget, I'd like to suggest that we stop here. Once again, let me congratulate the World Heritage Sites inscribed today. Thanks to your efforts and efficiency, I see no need to prolong the meeting anymore. However, I'd like to encourage the drafting groups established for different topics to carry on their consultation, to forge consensus, and to find a wise way forward. Thank you very much for your cooperation and efficiency. We meet tomorrow at 11:30 Paris time. And for Bureau members, we will meet at 11 a.m. Before we conclude the meeting today, I give the floor to the Secretariat to see if there are general announcements to make. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to all sides for the inscriptions today. It's just a reminder that the budget group will meet from 4:30 to 5:30 tonight, and we will see you all at the budget group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good rest. See you tomorrow.